What's up everyone, welcome to Tyro Code. In this video I'll be going through HTML, so I'll be using the w3cschools website. So what I'm going to do is I'll be using this website to go through the tutorial and I'll be explaining some stuff while doing that. The same way I might also be reminding myself of some stuff, but I'm pretty positive that I know most of it. So what I've done is I've created a folder known as HTML stuff, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to open this using VS Code. So now that I'm in the folder, I'm just going to press code and dot, which is the shortcut for opening VS Code. So if you don't have VS Code, you might want to get that. And what I'm doing is it's a code editor. Just Google VS Code and download it. What I'm doing is I'm using a few extensions. Most of these I'm not using them right now, but maybe Prettier is the one that's mostly dominant because I'm using it to format my code once I save it so that it looks nice, and the live server, which I'll be using to make sure that all the changes are updated in real time. So just go on the extensions page and search Windows Live Server and you should be able to find it. Right, so to proceed, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna create a file known as index.html, and this is where we're gonna write our HTML code. And I think I can close this now. I'll right click this and click on open with live server. And doing that is gonna start the live server. So this is on the browser that I want to use. So I'm just gonna close that and open it here. Open it on with my Chrome. So let's split screen these two, and yeah. So in VS Code, I'm just going to create a boilerplate. You can just click the exclamation mark, put the exclamation mark symbol, and you're going to get this document. And this is all the boilerplate for HTML. The outside stuff is stuff that you always include in almost every HTML document. And inside here is where we're going to have our HTML content. So let's say hello world. So let me save that. Save that. That should update on the live server. Right, what's going on with my live server? Okay, that was so live. Let me try something else. Right, now that's working. Okay, so I'm gonna go to the HTML tutorial web page, and I'll be explaining everything as I'm reading this. So let me just minimize this and make this a bit bigger. Right, so this is HTML. I don't think this first page is very important. It is a standard markup language for websites. With HTML, you can create your own website. HTML is easy to learn. You'll enjoy it. So basically, what we're trying to say is that HTML is the markup, which means it's all the documents that you see on a web page. For example, this web page, this could be a header, and that header is created using HTML. This button is created using HTML, and so is this. And this is HTML, and this is a list that also uses HTML, and we're going to look at all that pretty shortly. So this is a simple HTML document. As you can see, it has the doc type. Most of this stuff you don't have to memorize them because you're going to include them in every single web page, so you don't have to know it by heart. But basically, the doc type tells what type of HTML it is. In this case, this doc type says that it's HTML5. And then this HTML right here, or here, HTML lang is equal to en. That's the root of the HTML page, so it embodies everything. So in HTML, HTML uses tags, and you have tags inside other tags. So for example, you have this HTML, it's opened here, and it's closing here. A closing tag, an opening tag, this is the format of an opening tag, 2 brackets, and let's say tag name. And a closing tag is the same thing, but then you have a forward slash right here. So whatever you want inside the tag comes here, right? So that's the this is the HTML, and then this is the head, and the head has metadata about our web page. For now, you don't really have to worry about this because this will be in every single web page that you have. So you can basically copy this all the time. Right now, we're just going to worry about the body, and the body is the stuff or the content that we're going to have in our web page. Okay, so I'm just going to edit this title. I think you can read from the right side. It says the title element specifies the title for the HTML page. So I'm going to call this HTML W3C schools tutorial, something like that. Right. So, and then the body defines elements, and it's a container for all the visible elements such as headings, paragraphs, images. So for this web page, everything that we're able to see here, from the navigation at the very top to the stuff that's down here, all this is embedded inside the body tag, which is why we're only going to worry about the content inside the body, right? So we have different tags, for example, H1, which defines a heading, and P defines a paragraph, which is why you see that when I delete this, you see that the web page becomes empty. But then if I want to have a header, I can say opening tag and closing tag, H1, and I'm using VS Code, and VS Code will automatically put the closing tag, and I say hello, and that displays right there. Normally, you'd have to, if you're not using the Windows Live Server, you'd have to go to the location of the web page. So, for example, you go in code, and then you have to go to HTML stuff, and then double click it. So every time you make a change, so for example, if I say hello world, and I save, this isn't going to update. The live server is going to update, but this doesn't update because we need to refresh this, right? And the reason why they look different is because I'm recording a video, so on the live server I zoomed in a bit, whereas this is the normal font, right? So if you're not using VS Code on the live server, you have to refresh the page every time you save something. So the next thing that we're going to describe, I'm just going to go through the page, is you have two different types of tags which we'll look at. An H1, which has the opening tag and the closing tag, or an end tag. A paragraph, the same thing. And then you have other tags such as BR, and BR is a tag for break, and that tag doesn't have a closing tag. So for example, if I say hello world, paragraph, and I save and I go here, the hello world paragraph is displayed here. If I wanted to add some space between these two, I would have to put a BR like that to add more space. This is one of the ways you can do that, like to break a line. So as you can see, it's gone down a bit further. So the way you can write the BR, tags that don't end, there's two ways of doing it. The first way, I'm just going to write it down here, is you can just say BR and close it like that. But another thing that you can do, you can either write it like this or BR and with the forward slash, like it's a closing tag, but then, right, how do I explain this? When you have a normal tag, it's like BR, open tag, and then you'd have slash BR, that's the closing tag. But then tags that don't have closing tags, the slash comes at the end. So this will all make sense as we progress, which is why even when I try to just write BR, my VS Code will naturally add the other slash because that's the way the settings are with my VS Code, and with Prettier, that's the way it formats it. All right, so for example, these are all examples of an HTML page, and this is just a brief history of HTML and how it started. So we're going to look at all this. If you wanted to have, so for example, this is what I was explaining before. We have the HTML, we have the head, which has some metadata, such as the title, and then we have the body, which has all the content. So we'll discuss this in more detail. Right. So here they're talking about editors. You can use an editor such as Notepad if you want, but then it's harder to edit your documents. So you can create a notepad and save the notepad as .html, and that will still be an HTML document. So I don't know if I should illustrate that, but basically, as long as you save it as a file as .html, it's going to be an HTML document. Here I'm using VS Code, which is one of the most popular free code editors. All right, I've described most of this. All right. So in terms of paragraphs, this is more information. So we're going to start with HTML headings. So I don't know if I should, you know what I'm going to do is notes. I'm going to have a file called notes.txt, which is just a text file. We're going to have HTML headings. And HTML headings, you have different types. So you have H1, H2, H3. It goes all the way up to H6. H3, H4, H5, H6. And you use these headings depending on how you want your document to appear. So for example, if I say this is an H1 and I save this, we've already seen how that looks. If I have an H2 and I say this is an H2, you see that it's a lot smaller than the H1. And then if I have an H3 which says this is an H3, it's even smaller, and so on and so forth. So you have H3, H4, H5, H6. So you can have all those in your, these are different types of headings that you can have with your HTML. Right, so I just have to change this to H4, H5, and H6. And as you can see, they keep getting smaller as you progress. So this could be your first title, this could be your second title, your third title, your fourth, your fifth, and your sixth, and so on. All right, and that's how the headings work. The next thing is the paragraphs, which is basically your text. I don't even know if this is useful or I am writing this down, paragraphs, but we may use it to we may reference it later. And your paragraphs is just your p tag. So I'm gonna say this is a paragraph, something. And I'm using an extension called lorem to just add the text there. That's why all that has appeared. And when I go back to my page, you see that this large paragraph appears. Right, so that's a paragraph, and then we can have another p tag and say this is another paragraph like the example shows. And then I'm just going to say lorem to add more text as well. And then you see that now we have two paragraphs. So basically that's how your HTML pages work. The third thing is the concept of a link. So links. Right. So links are a link takes you to another page. So for example, what I'm going to do now is I'm just going to delete one of the paragraphs, and I'm sure you've written this down somewhere. So I'm going to delete the other headers. I'm just going to leave the H1, and the link will take you to a different web page. So for example, if I say a href, and this is very important, or let me just say a first to separate it, and I'm going to remove the href and just say go to w3cschools as the example shows, right? w3cschools, and what that's going to be is a link to the w3cschools website. So this is the link, go to w3cschools. But as you can see, it doesn't do anything because I haven't included the href. So the href is basically the link to that website. So if you say href is equal to, and in HTML these are known as attributes, so we'll get into that later. Sometimes you can add attributes to your tags, and this is the format of the attribute. Something like href is equal to, that's an attribute, Another attribute that you can have is something known as a class. So you can say class is equal to red. That's an attribute. Another attribute that you can have is ID. So these are examples of attributes, and we'll talk about those later. And for example, with the ID and the class, you can use them to later on format your web page. Right? So right now we're looking at HTML, which is simply the markup. But then later on, you also learn CSS, which is how you can edit your web pages. So if I save this now and I include this link and I go back here, you see that the link says go to W3C schools. And if I click on this link, so this is going to take me to the W3C schools website. So that's how it works. If I have another link, so I could have another link here, and okay, let's just push this towards this side, right? So let's push this here, and we could have another link, and it says, let's say, go to Google, right? So go to Google, and I just have to change this from W3cschools to google.com. You see that if I click on this go to Google page, it's going to take me to Google. And this is the default behavior of links. Before it's blue, but then when you click on it, this is going to change to this slightly purple color. And right now I'm going to make use of something that I already talked about before. If you remember the break tag, I talked about self-closing tags. We said that if you want to add a line, because as you can see, the links are the natural behaviors, they come next to each other, right? So what we could do is we could add a break. So I'm gonna cut that and add it here. And now you see that they're next to each other. And if I click on this link, right now I'm just going to right click it and choose open a new link because I don't want to move from this page. And you can see this takes us to Google. So that's how links work. You can include the HTTPS, but I'm pretty sure if you just did www.google, this also works just fine. So let's click on that. Okay, so that's not working. Right, so I guess you have to include the HTTPS. Jersey. If I just said google.com, cannot get slash google.com. All right, so we're just gonna leave the HTTPS right there. And that's how links work. All right, so what else? Another thing is images, right? So images are, we've talked about headings, paragraphs, images. Images will also have attributes, right? So we've talked about attributes. So the way the image works is you use the image tag, and the image is a self-closing tag because you don't have anything inside, right? Unlike the links and the paragraphs and the headers, we usually have some text in here. But then since an image doesn't have any text, it's a self-closing tag, and that's the syntax. So with the image, you have to put a source, and the source is where you're getting the image from. So in this case, they're saying w3c schools.jpg, and then oats is equal to w3c schools.com. So the oats is the text that's going to appear in case you don't have the image. And another thing you can specify for the image is the width. And in this case, we're saying 104 and the height, right? And the height, which is 142, right? So I'm going to save that. And when I go to my web page, you see that the image isn't displaying here. I'm just going to add a few more break tags here. So I'm going to add a few more break tags just to have some space. And the reason why the image isn't being displayed is because we don't have the image, right? So instead it's displaying this alt text. So I think there's a website. Let's see, pick some images. Right. Okay, this website generates a random image for you. So I'm just gonna take this and I'm going to include that in the source of our page. So in the source, if I include that and I go back to the web page, you see that now we have the image. So we're using this website. Pick some photos, images. These are simply the dimensions of the image. So that's 200 by 300, right? But then let's say you want to have let's say you want to have the images stored in your computer, right? So I'm going to try to save this. I'm going to go to the desktop in the code folder, the HTML folder, and I'm just going to leave that download.jpg. Sometimes you have images in your web page, and those images are, you want those images to be coming from your computer, right? Because in this case, this image is coming from the internet. So let's say you want to add your own images. The way you do that is, it's basically the same process. So I'm just gonna copy this. And what we're gonna change is the source. And now, since the image is in our computer, we're just gonna add it here. And we're gonna say download.jpg. And if I save that and I go to our web page, you see that the image is now being displayed here. So that's another way of adding an image. Normally, when you're working with HTML pages, you won't just have your images in the same folder as your page, right? So you may have a folder, let's say images, right? And that's where the download.jpg image is going to go. So we're going to move it there. And now in your index.html, this isn't going to work. Okay, so let me just change the old to another image. And what we're going to do now is, since the image is in the images folder, we're going to start by saying images/download.jpg. And just like that, that image is now being displayed. So that's normally what you would do when you're creating your website. Now, as you can see, right now we already have a good amount of content. We have a header, we have a paragraph, and then we have our links. So the only thing I don't like right now is where it says this is an H1. So I'm just going to change it to web page with help of W3C schools. All right. And let's just say web page with W3C schools. I keep changing it because I don't like I want it to fit on a single line. So that's the next thing. All right. So here they're talking about viewing HTML source. So that's something that you can do with most websites. So basically, if we go to our web page, this is the one that we've created, you can be able to see what the code for the page is. So what you do is you right click, for example, in Chrome, you right click and choose inspect. And when you choose inspect, this little window comes up. And as you can see, it shows you all the HTML code for this page, right? So this code is the same code that we've written. I'm just expanding the tags, and you can, for example, right now I'm hovering above this P and it's highlighting it. So this is how you can view your HTML pages. Let's do the same thing with this website, right? This W3C website. If I right click and choose inspect, the same thing. So because it's a bigger website, you see that it has the same format of what we've done. So I'm just going to go to the stuff that we've done so far. So for example, we have a paragraph here. We have another paragraph here. Okay. So Yeah, for example, this paragraph, the all documents must have, the way that was added on the web page is by simply using a p tag. So it's the same stuff that we're doing that they used to create this web page. And the other stuff is different because we haven't looked at that before. This is the break tag that I was talking about. This is another paragraph. So that's how HTML basically works. All right, so now I'm going to minimize this, put it on the right and drag it. And yeah, I think we've done most of this now. So right now I'm just going to click on next so that we get to the next page. All right, so the next thing that we're looking at here is HTML elements. So an HTML element is defined by start tag, some content, and an end tag. So we've already looked at this. You have the tag name, the content goes here, and then the closing tag. For example, h1, the content, and the closing tag. h1, paragraph. All right, so this is basically repetitive. The other thing they're talking about is the concept of nested HTML elements. So as you've observed, I think you're able to see that we have the body tag here, or the body element, and everything else is inside the body element. So that's what we call a nested element. So the body element is the container for all these other tags, right? So these tags are nested inside the body. So that's one way we could describe that. And the same thing applies for the body element is nested inside the HTML element. And the head element is nested inside the HTML element as well. So basically, we have the HTML element being the outer container, the body being nested inside the HTML element, and then everything else is inside the body. So that's like a brief description of how that works. All right, so another thing that's important to note here is they're saying never skip the end tag. So make sure you always include your end tags. And this is the example of the break, which I've already described. Some elements don't have an end tag like the break because you don't have any content inside. So all you're doing is breaking. Another example is the image, right? Everything is defined using attributes. You have the source attributes. You say src is equal to, and the name of the attribute is inside double quotes. The same with the ode. The ode is used to define the text that's going to appear if you don't have the image, and the width and the height. So some elements don't have a closing tag because everything is embedded inside. All right, so that's an example. Right, so here they're talking about HTML attributes. So we've already talked about what an attribute is. So an example of an attribute is the href attribute. And then we have the source attribute for images, right? So the attributes are different depending on the element. For example, you can't have an href attribute on a paragraph. That would just be weird. You can't do this. The href attribute is just for the link, which is why the moment I press A and I press enter, already you see that my VS Code already includes the href attribute because it's available in every single link. The same applies for the source attribute, which is only for images, right? Right, so here we're just talking more about images. They're saying there are two ways to specify the URL in the source attribute. There's the absolute URL, which links to an external image. And for example, this one, the pixum image that I used, is an absolute URL because we're using an image from another web page. So we're simply going to that specific image and getting it. And then we have the URL image, which is images hosted on the website. And this is the other image that we have on our web page. So the second image with the plant, right? So normally, like if, for example, on a website, people have their logos and their logo will be an image. Let's say this W3C schools. might be an image. So what they'll do is that will be a relative URL because you just have to get it from inside your web page. Right, so here you'll also have the width and height attributes, and then the old attribute, which I've already explained. And the old attribute is displayed if the image is not available. All right, so these are other examples of attributes. There's the style attribute. I'm just going to copy this right now and styles. And the reason why I'm doing that is because this involves something known as cascading style sheet and CSS for short, right? And that's what is used to edit the appearance of your elements. So for example, if I go down here and I paste this, right? It says style, color, red. You don't have to understand the format for now, but what that is going to do is we're going to have a normal paragraph, but then except this time around the color is going to be red. So we'll look at that in more detail. And then, for example, the HTML page also has a lang attribute. So this lang is an attribute. For my VS Code, everything in orange, basically. The format of my VS Code. I'm using a theme known as, what theme am I using? I've forgotten the name, but it's called IU. So I had to install this. So everything in orange is an attribute. So for your computer, it might be a different color, but basically all this stuff are attributes. So like I said, for the most part, especially this part, you don't have to memorize them because you reuse them every single time. All right. So for example, the attribute there is EN. We're simply specifying that the language that we're using is English. All right. Right, so here there's also the title attribute, which specifies some extra information on the web page. So I'm just going to paste that there. P title equals I am a tooltip. And it says here that the value of the title would be displayed as a tooltip when you mouse over the element. Okay. So the paragraph is going to say this is a paragraph. This is a paragraph. But then when you mouse over this, it says that, as you can see, there's a little tooltip that displays, there's a text that says I am a tooltip. If we change this to this is a tooltip, you see that the text that is displayed is different. It says this is a tooltip. Also, like this is something that I rarely use myself. Like there are other ways of doing that. So for the most part, you don't need to memorize things. You just have to understand how it works. And the beautiful thing about programming is you have websites such as this that you can always use to reference. So you don't have to memorize. Just have an idea that you have your headings, your paragraphs, your links, your images, your styles, right? So you have things known as attributes. Attributes. So I'm going to separate these because these are all HTML elements, whereas these are different. Right, so I'm going to go back to the page. So HTML is not case sensitive. Whether you write P with an uppercase or lowercase doesn't matter, but lowercase is recommended. So you don't want to have uppercase. Right, another thing is W3C recommends quotes. So apparently you can create something without the quotes, but then good practice for the href or for the name of the attribute is put it in double quotes. All right, so single double quotes. All right. Normally you use double quotes, but single quotes are just fine. Right. So this is a good example. This is a very good example to demonstrate something. So let's say you want to have a double quote inside the title itself, right? The best way to do that is to wrap everything in single quotes. Because if you wrap everything in double quotes, If we wrap it in double quotes, all right, so if, for example, we leave these as double quotes, what happens is we have double quotes, it becomes a conflict because we have double quotes here and we also have double quotes here and double quotes here. So if we want the double quotes to be displayed instead, I'm just going to close that up. You need to use single quotes. So you put the single quotes there. That way, the double quotes will be displayed as part of the tooltip. So if I go here, you see that the tooltip displays double quotes. Likewise, so in other words, you can use either single quotes or double quotes. If you want single quotes to be displayed, you use double quotes outside, and then you have to use single quotes inside. So generally, I would recommend to use double quotes all the time, unless you need to use double quotes inside the name of the attribute. In that case, you can switch to single quotes. So I'm just gonna undo that. And so this is the exception. If you ever need double quotes, do that instead. All right, so this is where we were. This is where we were. We're talking about attributes. Now I think we've done most of this. So right now I'm just gonna go through them quickly. Headings, we've done all the headings. Bigger headings. All right, so here they're using the style property to change the size of the heading. I'm just gonna take note of that and put it here. All right, we're gonna look at that soon. Paragraphs. These are paragraphs. Right, so here they're only simply saying that even though this paragraph takes multiple lines, HTML is going to ignore it, the multiple lines, and just combine them all together. Right, so now we're being introduced to another single self-closing tag. So I'm going to have a special section called self-closing tags. So we have the BR and then another one is the HR. So what the HR does is it just creates a line. So for example, if you go to a web page and I add an HR here, what's going to happen is the web page itself is going to have this straight through line. And under this is a red paragraph, there's going to be this straight line. So that's another self-closing tag. All right. Line breaks, we've looked at line breaks, it's the BR. Oh, and another thing is you can include the BR tag inside the paragraph. So for example, you have a paragraph outside here. You can include the BR tag inside the paragraph to break the paragraph. So it's not always that you have to include it at the end of the paragraph. You could do that inside a paragraph or inside a header. But then generally that's not recommended, because this is a paragraph with line breaks. We're using the BR to change the lines. I'm just gonna copy that to the right. All right, and I'm gonna go here. This is a paragraph with line breaks. Generally, you wouldn't want to do something like this though. You might just have multiple paragraphs and edit the line spacing with CSS, which is something that we'll look at later. So you may just make this a paragraph on its own, that a paragraph on its own, and edit the line spacing, or you may use a different type of element. But this is also fine. All right, so the poem problem. This poem would display on a single line, right? Because we've said that the paragraph tag will ignore line breaks. All right, so that's For example, if I try to paste this into my code editor, you can see that VS Code won't even allow me to format it like this, because when I save it, VS Code will automatically change it, because it knows that no matter what, that page is going to display on a single line. So when I try to refresh, that whole thing displays like continuously. So the recommendation is to use pre instead, according to our guys over at w3c schools. And when you use the pre tag, they say that the text inside a pre element is displayed in a fixed width font and preserves both spaces and line breaks. That will preserve spaces and line breaks. But there are other ways of working around that. So right now, I'll just say that you don't really need to know this. The most important thing right now, the headers and your paragraphs. Right, so this is how our web page is coming out. So the next page is styles, right? So this is what I have been putting off. I said that with HTML, you can also include styles, right, as an attribute. There are two ways of adding styles. So right now we're going into the territory of the cascading style sheet for CSS. So I'm just gonna style sheet. There are multiple ways of doing it. You can do it inline, like in this case, using the style attribute. And the way we did that was like here, to change this text to red. We used the style attribute in the code to change the text to red, right? Where you say p style color red. And I explained the format on that. But generally, you can also have something known as external CSS, and this is usually what's done in your code. You don't usually include the CSS in the same document. You can have a different uh, document to include your CSS, which is what you use to format your code, or you can have the style attribute inside the header. So the other way is have styles in header. So the header right here, in the head rather. So you can have your styles in the head, and you can have it as a tag. So we'll also discuss that. So for example here, they're giving us an example of three texts: I am red, I am blue, and I am big. And if I click on the try it yourself, it brings us to this. And as you can see, this is a feature that's on the W3C Schools website. You can try things for yourself. The format is very simple. You have the name of the attribute, which is style, equals, as we've been doing all along. And inside here, you add the attributes. So for example, you say color, and then you put a colon, red. That means the color is going to be red, as you can see here, right? With the I am red. And then you close the style with a semicolon. So let's say you wanted to change something else. So for example here, if you wanted to change the font size as well, font size, these are some of the attributes with CSS, font size, and make sure that you use a dash, font size, and let's say you make it 30px. Okay, I'm gonna make this 70px. I'm gonna end that with a colon as well. And when I click on run, you see that the font size has also changed, right? So you could do multiple things. For example, another attribute is text decoration. Text decoration, and I'm gonna call it, if I'm not mistaken, underline. Oh, I keep trying to save instead of, yeah. So these are examples of tags. Now the problem with doing it this way is that your web page becomes messy, right? Because you can have, usually in a website, you have different tags for different things. So for example, with your images, like when you're editing the styles, you might want to change a lot of things. So for example, in this page, let's say we wanted this image to be rounded, right? We wanted it to be a circle. We might need to change a few attributes in the CSS. Or if you wanted this link to move all the way to the right, that's what the styles do. You could move this link to the right, and let's say you wanted to change the default color to green, and we wanted that when we hover on it, the link should become big. What you find that is that you need to use different attributes for that. So usually putting styles inside the code is not a good idea. So like we've already said, the format is you have the tag name, then you say style is equal to property, such as color, and the value, such as red. If you say blue, it's going to be blue, and so on and so forth. So I'm going to copy this. I don't even remember if I... Right. I don't remember if I included that in our web page. Right, so I'm just going to have all these down here as an example. So as I was saying, you see that there's too many attributes added here. So normally this isn't the recommended way of doing that. Right. Another thing that you could change with the CSS is the background color. So for example, you could say background color powder blue. That's going to change the background color of the entire text. So if I go inside the body, another thing you should note is that styles they transfer from the parent sometimes. So for example, if I make the whole body background color blue, what's going to happen is when you come back here, the whole body changes, right? But then if I only change the background color of Ctrl X of this p tag, only this p tag will have that background color. So this is just a simple example of styles with HTML, right? So I'm going to expand this again, drag it down. Okay, so let me have it this side first so that I can, right. So yeah, those are examples of styles: background color, text color, font. You can also change the font family. So for now, I'll just take that and I'll put it in our notes. And under styles, I'll just paste that there. So that's the basic idea of styles. You can change the alignment of texts. So for example, by saying text align center, the text is going to go on the center. All right. So maybe let me just demonstrate that in the code. So those are some of the styles that you can use. So if I come here and I say style, text align center. This is our web page right now. And I save this, you find that the heading goes on the center. So I think I'm going to leave this like that for now. And down here is a list of some of the styles that you can include in your web page. So let's see. Let's see what else we have here. There's a bunch of stuff, but then, right, I'm gonna go line by line. All right, so I want to do something right now. We're on formatting. I feel like we've done most of the important stuff, and the rest of this, with the exception of maybe tables and lists, isn't as appropriate for first time, or there are things that you aren't going to use much. But then I'm just gonna go over some of the stuff regardless in case you need them, because the plan was to go through all this stuff in a linear manner. So unless something changes, we're gonna go for that. Right, so right now we're looking at I'm just gonna put this on the right, put this on the left. Right now we're looking at something different known as formatting elements. So in HTML you have formatting elements that are used to format your page basically. So that's just me being repetitive. And what that means is you can use them to change the appearance of some of your elements. And before I proceed, I also want to mention that in HTML you have two types of elements. You have your block level elements. So your block level elements, these are like your H1, your paragraph, I think your anchor is an anchor. I'm not sure if an anchor is a block level element. But then basically these are larger elements that you can embed other elements in. And then you have your inline elements. And these inline elements can be added inside block level elements. So for example, so far, an example of that is, let's say the break, right? You can have a break inside a paragraph, and that's not a problem, like we did right here. And these text formatting elements are examples of inline elements that you can have inside other elements. So what I'm going to do now is, I think this web page is fine for now. I've demonstrated a lot here. So what I'll do is I'll create another web page in here. I'm going to call it second.html, and I'll have the doc type and everything. And I'm just going to call it second page because I don't want us to confuse it with the other page. And inside here, I'll just have an H1 that's going to say second page, right? And just like with the first page, I'm going to open it with the live server. So I'll just cut that because I want to use Chrome. And I think my default isn't Chrome. Okay. So this still works. The first page still works and the second page still works. Okay. So right now what I want to do is I want to do everything else on a different page. So we have different types of formatting elements. The first one is bold. So for example, you can have a paragraph and says this is a bold paragraph. Oh, sorry, I'm gonna say I want this text to be bold. And the way you can do that is you can wrap it around the B tag. So you can have a tag B. This is what this tag says, B. And then let's say if I put this text inside the B tag, right? Like I said, these formatting elements are inline elements, so you can have them inside other elements. And I save and we go here. You see that this text is now bold. Right? However, generally, since HTML5, you can do this to make it bold, but you can also use the strong tag. You're recommended to use the strong tag. And the reason for that is that it has the same effect as of right now, but then we use the strong tag because we don't want it to be too specific. So for example, let's say once we start working with CSS, we could say all strong tags must be red and bold and they must be italic, so you can change all that. So if you use the strong tag, it's easier to just change the strong tag. Then if you change the B tag implies that it's bold. But then if you use the strong tag, it's like The strong tag is just semantics, so you can change the behavior of the strong tag. And it makes much more sense to change the behavior of that, right? But for right now, I'm going to have both. So I'm gonna change this. I want this text to be bold as well. So the first one is going to be a B. Generally, you're recommended to use the strong, right? So both work the same way, as you can see. The third thing that I'm gonna do is I'm gonna copy this, and we're gonna try out the rest, right? So I, I, what's that going to what that is going to do is this text is going to be italic, and then the next one is em, right? Em, and em has the same effect as I. As you see, uh, em is also italic. So generally, you're recommended to use, just like with strong and B, you're recommended to use the em instead of the I tag. Because when you use the I tag, you're saying that this is italic all the time. But if you use em, you can always change the behavior of the em in future using CSS, as we'll see later. Right, so here it says the HTML element defines a part of text in an alternative voiceover mode. The content inside is typically displayed in italic. The HTML EM element defines emphasized text. This content is typically displayed in italic. A screen reader will pronounce the words in EM with emphasis using verbal stress. So the other advantage of using the EM is if somebody is using a screen reader, it provides more emphasis. So you want to use the EM because HTML is just the semantics of your web page, but then you don't want to be too specific on what the tag is doing. You just want to say that it'll be doing something, so it'll be emphasized. Whatever that means can always be changed. And so I feel like I've said that so many times now. I'm being repetitive. But now we'll try out the small text. The small element defines a smaller text. So as you can see, this text is smaller than the text above it. Generally, though, you don't need to do this. If you need to make the text smaller, you can just use CSS to do that. So you can change the font size. Right. So if we use the mark element highlights it. And then the del element, something that has been deleted. So I think it's going to be crossed out. So see, the word blue is crossed out. And most of these you don't have to memorize them because you can always reference them, right? So I don't even have all these memorized because if I need, generally, this is subscript. I know the tags that I use most of the times. And the other tags, if I ever need them, I can always reference them. I don't need to memorize them. And that's superscript. So we've looked at all these. Okay, so basically these are some of the types. You can always come back here to reference this anyways. But then if you go to the web page, this is subscript, superscript. This is bold, bold, italic, italic, smaller text. That's highlighted using the mark tag. This is the del tag, yeah, and so on. All right, so that was formatting. Now we're going to go to quotations. All right, so these aren't as important as well, but then if you want to know them, you can just read through them. So for example, if you have a quote and you want it displayed, you can use the block quote and basically say the site attribute defines the reference, right? Where are you getting that information? So if you go to our web page, that's how the blog quote is going to look. For 60 years, blah, 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 blah. So that's how the quote is used. And you have the site. It basically looks like a paragraph. But then the default behavior is that it gives it a bit of uh, margin on the left side here. And then you can use the Q tag for short quotations. Save that. So the default behavior is it puts them in double quotes, right? There are no double quotes in the text, but then when you put the Q tag, the text goes in double quotes. Okay, and then we have abbreviations. Okay, so most of this, the reason why I'm just going through it quickly is because you don't really need to memorize it or anything. So you can use that tag for abbreviations. And some of these you rarely use in actual everyday life as a program. So that's the address. If you want to look this way, you can use the address tag. But you could still, for something like this, you could still use something like a paragraph and change the way the paragraph is going to look with CSS. So oh, did I just okay? All right, so that's the site element. All right, so we have a bunch of them. BDO for bidirectional override. So for example, instead of right to left, you can have it left to right, whatever. Since it's the last one, I'm just gonna add it as well. So this is used to override the text direction. So as you can see, this text goes from right to left, right? This text will be written from right to left, this text. So for most of these, you see that they aren't really useful. Like maybe you could use the block quote if you really need to, but you can still use a paragraph. Like you could use the Q tag to quote, but you can still use CSS, which we'll look at later. So you can just know them and reference them whenever you need to, but you don't need to memorize them. Which is why I've separated this page, the second page, from the first page, because this is the more important stuff, the stuff that we did in this page, right? This page right here. All right, so comments. All right, another thing is that in HTML you have comments, right? So a comment is something that is used to like let's say you have a comment in your text and in your code and you want to say what's a useful comment. You could say this is the format. You have an open bracket, an exclamation, two dots, and then the closing is two dashes and a closing tab and a greater than symbol, sorry. So you could say this is a comment. So programmers will typically have comments in their code. So if you want to comment something, this is how you do it. This is the second page. And the advantage of this is that the browser will ignore the comment. So for example, if I go here, you see that that text isn't displayed because that text is a comment. Another use of a comment, as the document highlighted, is let's say you want to get rid of something. So I'm going to go in the second. I want to get rid of all this stuff to do with the embedded text, right? Like the strong, the eyes, all this, the first part of the page, what I could do is I could comment this whole part out. VS Code has a shortcut for that, which is control and question mark. But then basically the comment starts here and it ends here. So instead of having to delete everything, I could just comment it out. And then when I need it back, I can uncomment it. And now everything is back. So that's another useful function of a comment. That's what I typically do anyways. If you have something that you want to change temporarily, you just comment it. And then when you want it back, you uncomment it. If you want to try something, especially if you're new to programming, you comment it out and then you comment it. Anyways, the other thing is colors. So HTML has a different set of colors. So I'm just going to go down here. All right, so this is where the comments come in. I can comment and say colors section. Right, so and up here I could say, what do we call this? This was the formatting section, so I could call this, I could say something like start of formatting section, and then here I'll write a comment that says start of quotations section, and here I'll write something that says start of colors section. So that's another thing that you can use comments for, just to show that there are different parts of your code. And here I'm going to introduce something, another block level element known as a div. So a div is an element that is a container for your code. So if you have a div, you can group things together. So for example, if I want to put all this stuff, all the stuff to do with formatting, right? The bold, the italics, I'm going to group them together inside this div. And then all the stuff to do with quotations, I can group them together inside this div as well. All right, so I'm just going to cut this. All right, and you may be wondering, what's the use of that? Well, it's very useful to group similar elements together. For example, since we already looked at the style sheet, the inline styles, I could say style, background color, and I could say, I'm just going to pick that. So for example, if I want all the formatting section to have that background color, I can do that and just change that section. And then I could do the same thing for this. They say style, background color, and then let's make it something, right? So wrote that in the wrong place. Let's say background color, and then aqua. Right, as you can see, now all those parts will have different background colors. So that's one of the advantages of grouping things, is that you can style them together. Alright, so we'll look at CSS in more detail later. So let's go back to the colors. So in HTML you have different colors. So I'm just going to use a p tag and say, okay, let's use an h3 tag for now, right? Actually, it's going to be interesting. H3 tag. On top of this section, I'm going to have H2s, like headers, to say formatting section, since we haven't used H2s much, right? So I'm going to copy that. I actually don't need to. And then I'm going to say quotations section. And then here I'm going to say main title, quotation section, And here, all right, we haven't started putting anything there yet. So let's look at our page. See that now we have this says formatting section, that says quotation section, and we could put a style here and just say text align. We looked at this style, text align and center. So we just want the main title to be in the center, right? So everything is coming out great enough. All right, so we'll go to the colors. And with the colors, I'm gonna have the div as well, which is going to be the container for different elements. So I'm gonna put an H3 and I'm gonna say colors section, if I even need to do that. H2 rather, we used an H2, sorry. So H2 color section. And P, I'm gonna have this is a paragraph. So in HTML, there are different ways of formatting colors. The first way is you can use names. So there are some colors that the browser recognizes. So for example, if I say style, color, red, red is identified by the browser. So you see that this be red in color, right? Okay, so I'm gonna do something to make it easy for us to view the page. I'm gonna move the color section up here, and then when we're done, we can put it down there because I don't want to have to refresh to the bottom every time. Yeah, so I just want it to be visible up here. Right, so red, for example, normal colors such as red, green are identified by the browser. You see that the text is changing. Blue, and other examples are tomato. So if you say tomato, it's going to change to this type of red. If you say violet, the browser is able to recognize that because the browser is what displays our web page. And you see that the text color is going to change accordingly. So if you put any of these, the color is going to change to that. The same thing with the background color, like we've done before. So let's say we want the color section to have a background color of tomato. We're going to say style is equal to background color, and then we're going to make the background color tomato, right? So background color, and we're just going to change it to tomato. And now you see that this whole section is tomato background color. All right, so that's how that works. I think I prefer the Doja blue though. So I'm just gonna change. You know what? It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Right. So text color. So that's how colors work. Another thing in man, I feel like I'm going over so many things at the same time. But another thing that you can have in HTML is you can have this. You can have borders. This is another paragraph that contains so much stuff. Lorem. So I'm just gonna lorem. I'm just gonna make it long. So I've included a bunch of random text. Another style that you have in HTML is you have the border style. So I'm gonna go to the notes, and where we have styles, I'm just gonna paste that there. So for example, if you want this border to have to be 2px, you want this paragraph to have a border that's 2px solid tomato. This is how we're gonna write it. Or in this case, since the background color is already tomato, I'm gonna change this to Doja blue. So you see that now this text is inside a border that's Doja blue. So the format for the border attribute is, first of all, you specify how large it is. So you specify the size in pixels. If we say 4 pixels, it's going to grow. If we say 5 pixels, it's also going to grow. Another thing is solid means it's going to be continuous. You can also have a dotted border. And the third thing is the color. So you specify the size, and then whether it's solid or dotted or whatever, and then you specify the color. And I'm just going to keep it solid. And usually borders, the use case for borders oftentimes is when you're creating a website. Sometimes you're editing different sections of your website. So let's say you have a div and it's not behaving the way you want it to behave. You can put a border around it to try and check which stuff is behaving as it should or which stuff isn't behaving as it should. So this is basically how borders work, right? And here, the only reason why we mention borders here is because we're using colors, right? We're explaining colors, right? The other thing is colors also use RGB values, red, green, blue, or you can use hex values. Where are the two values? The first two are red, the first two are green, the first two are blue. So usually, like when you're creating a website, what you do is, for example, I'll usually just use my color. I'll go on this website. I'll just search color picker, and then you can change the color and get the hex value, or the RGB value, or whatever value, or the HSV value. I think this is, or the HSL, which is hue, saturation, and I've forgotten what the other one is. Yeah. So basically, if I let me pick a color that's not blue. So let's pick something else. If I take this, if I copy this hex value and I go to my code editor, right? I can include another paragraph and I can give it a color style is equal to color. Okay, keep making that mistake when I'm typing. So style is equal to color, and I can paste that value. If I paste that value, you see that this uses a hex value. Sorry, an RGB, yeah, a hex value. And when you go to this, you see that this has changed the color that we specified in our color picker. Even if you use the RGB values, it's still going to work, but then the formatting is a little bit different. So with the RGB values, you say RGB, this is how you specify the color. Let's say RGB, and then you put the values. So for this color that we have here, we would say the background color is, or the color rather, would say RGB, and then we include our values in there. So you see that it's this uses an RGB value. So that's how you do that. You see that both of them are the same because we're using the same color from here. So there are different ways to use colors. Normally I like to use the hex values. Just go to your color picker, choose the color, and insert it there. And the good thing about VS Code, the code editor that I'm using, is that it brings this color picker once you hover, and you can use it to change the color. And just like that, the color is going to change itself. The values are changing. So that's a cool thing about this code editor, is you can change the colors right here, just like that. Now the color has changed to blue. So you can also use HSL or all these other formats. So yeah, so this is basically what we looked at here. All right, so the next portion we're going to discuss CSS, which is something that we've been using closely, right? We've been using roughly, including it here and there, but then we didn't really have like a deep look into it or how it works. All right, so we're done with the colors, and now we're going to go into the CSS. So CSS stands for Cascading Style Sheet, as already mentioned. CSS serves a lot of work. It can control the layout of multiple web pages all at once. So what is CSS? Cascading Style Sheet is used to format the layout of a web page. So it's used to control things like the color, the font, the size. And the idea is HTML is the content, whereas CSS is like the decorations, the styling. So there are three types. There's inline, external, and internal. So far we've been using inline CSS, like we're editing the appearance of everything right on the web page. So the inline CSS uses the style attribute, and then we change the style like that. But then this isn't the most used CSS unless you use it only on special occasions where, let's say, you only need to edit one property. But oftentimes, uh, we use the internal CSS or the external CSS, which is more popular. So now let's look at the internal CSS. The internal CSS, so inline, have styles, and header. This I meant to say internal. So it's the same thing where you have the styles and header, right? So with internal CSS, what you do is the styles are right inside the header. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to create a new file because I want to separate everything. It's going to be third.html. So I'm just going to call it third. And in the body, we're going to have an h1 that says more CSS focus. All right. And then we'll have a paragraph that says this is the first paragraph. All right. So with internal CSS, your styles are in the header. So what you do is inside the head, you have a style tag, right? Okay, so before we do that, let's open this page with live server as well. So I'm going to bring that onto Chrome. Okay, to make sure that everything is working, I have another paragraph that says this is the second paragraph. All right, so now I'm just going to comment this out because we'll need that later. Right, so with internal CSS, what we're doing is we're changing the CSS from the head. So what you do is, unlike the CSS that you do on the, I think I'm losing my, unlike the inline CSS, right? The internal CSS, I'm losing my train of thought, so just excuse me. All right, in the internal CSS would say something like style is equal to color, keep doing that, color and red, right? That would make this page red. But then with internal CSS, what you do is in the style, you just say h1. That means that now we're editing the h1 element. And then you open brackets, curly brackets, and you close them like that. And inside here is where you put your CSS property. So you say color is red. Or like in the example, they're saying the color is blue. And when you do that, you find that the color has changed. And this is much more practical because you can have, if you have multiple attributes, you can do them all from up here. Font size, and then you say, let's say you want to increase the font to 50 pixels. And then you say border. I'm using properties that we've used already, right? So border 1px solid red. So if you have a long list of attributes, this becomes more practical because now you see that all those attributes are working here, unlike doing it right here. next to the element, which can become clustered. And we can do the same thing for the paragraph. We could say color red, and then font size, we could say 20 pixels instead, right? So font size 20 pixels. And you see that those changes are happening. And the other advantage of doing it this way is, so I'm going to come here. We have two paragraphs, and both of the paragraphs are taking these CSS properties. So that's another advantage of doing it this way, is that you can edit multiple paragraphs with the same property. The same thing would happen if we had a bunch of anchor tags. So I'm going to use hash. Hash is a symbol which means it's not going anywhere. So we're going to say first. I'm just going to say first, and then we'll have a break. And then I'm just going to drag that multiple times. I'm just going to have second, third, right? And then this is fourth. So when you save that, the good thing about internal CSS is when you put the anchor tag here, and we could say color green, likewise that color takes effect on all the links. So instead of having to do it manually, if we were to do it manually, it means we'd have to go here and say style is equal to color green, and then you'd have to do the same thing with the next one, style color green. So this way, when you use internal CSS rather, you're able to edit everything right here in the header. So that's the advantage of doing it like that. And the last one is external CSS. Right, so with external CSS, it's kind of similar to internal CSS. The only difference is that you have a separate file. So you can create a separate file here. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a folder, which is what you typically do, called styles. And in this folder, we'll have a file called styles.css, right? So with this one, we can say h1. Let's have the same properties. So what I'll do is I'll go to the third document, and I'll just get rid of everything in here and get rid of this style tag. And we'll go in the styles and we'll just paste everything here. Now if you go to the third page, let's go to the third page. All the changes must be gone because, yeah, so everything is back to normal because we don't have those styles anymore. So what you do is you add a link, and then I'm using VS Code so it auto fills. So link rel, which is the type, is the style sheet, and the reference is, if it was in the main folder here, it would just be style.css, but since it's inside the styles folder, we're gonna say styles/styles.css. And when I save that and go back to the third page, this should take effect on all the pages. So let's see. Oh, I called it styles. All right, styles. Should we rename it? I guess we could rename it. I'm just gonna rename it to style. Now we'll leave it like that. Right, so here we change this to styles.css instead. And the moment I do that, you see that those changes have taken effect. And the advantage of doing it this way is that we can apply the same styles to our second page. So this is how our second page is looking, right? We have our H1, we have our paragraphs. If we add the same style sheet here, you see that the same changes take effect. Now all the headers have changed to blue, for example, and all the paragraphs have changed to red. So that's the other advantage of external CSS. Likewise, you can do the same thing here, right? So if you have a bunch of styles that you want to apply on multiple pages, you most likely use an external CSS. That's why you see that most websites have a different look on different pages, because there is one style that they use on that specific page, and then you can change styles later on. So let's say you want the H1 to be blue with a border of red on all the pages except the second page, right? So on the second page, what you could do is now you can include your own style sheet here. And you say H1, you say color. You don't like the blue color on the second page. You want the color on the second page to be, let's say, just normal black, right? And when you save that, this is the second page. Sorry. Color blue, color black. So second color black. I'm expecting that to take effect. Okay, it's not working. So what I'm going to do instead of this is I'm going to have the color here. Color black. What I'm trying to demonstrate is that you can change the styles in that specific page if you want. So for example, here we want the color to be black instead. So we're going to put it here. Okay, I think that the reason why it didn't work before, I get it now, is because we put this style before this style, right? So it's like these styles are taking effect, and then these styles are taking effect, the external styles. So all we have to do is cut this and put it below the external styles. So in other words, we want the external styles to take effect first, and then after that, we want the normal styles that we put in our page to take effect. So when I do that, you see that the color remains black. So a more practical use for this is, let's see, what are we using in all the, I'm going to go to the styles.css. We don't really need this, and we don't really want our fonts to be green, so I'm just going to change that. We don't really want the border here, so I'm going to change that. Let's say we want the font size to actually be 40 pixels, right? The normal font size is a lot smaller. So let's say we want it to actually be 40 pixels, and we actually want the color to be blue. I'm also going to look at, you see that in all the pages we have on H1, we're saying that we want it to be on the center. So we can remove that on all the pages, because this is something that we're doing on all the pages. So what we can do, instead of putting the style there, we'll go to the styles.css and we're going to say text align center. And just like that, we are applying those properties on all the pages. So in brief, that's how CSS works. And this is the most commonly used type of CSS. So like I said before, the focus of this one isn't really, we're not really focusing on CSS that much. We're mostly focusing on HTML. So I might just, let's see, notes. Download, okay. So in the notes, I might just include other properties. Other properties are like padding, margin. I might explain those later on. But right now, I want us to stick to the HTML main. Right, so I'm just gonna close this stuff. All right, so we'll go back to our third page. So now the next thing that we're going to do is we're going to do links. So let's see. Links are found in nearly all web pages. Links allow users to click their way from page to page. Blah, 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 and all that stuff that you can read. We've already discussed links. So, for example, in the first page, right, in the index, we had this link right here. So I'm going to rearrange them. We have these links. This link takes you to w3cschools, remember? And this other link takes you to Google. And that's how, and this is how we did it, right? But then in this page, they're simply telling us that With links, you have other attributes. So you can have another attribute known as target. And the target tells you where to open the specified linked element. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy this links because I want to be doing everything on the third page. So I'm going to paste them here, and then when I go to the third page, I'll click on that. Okay, so everything is working. So another thing that you can have is the target element. So the target element specifies where you want the link to open up. So the target attribute rather, so some of the values are self, opens the document in the same window or tab as it was linked, and this is the default behavior. So when I click on the link here, it's going to open in the same window. The other one is blank, which opens it in a new window. So this is what I like to use most of the times. So let's say I don't want it to change this window. Blank, that didn't work. Let's see. Right, so yeah, it is working. So when I click on this, go to w3cschools now, you see that it's no longer opening on the same tab, it's opening it on a different tab. So those are the two main ones that you want to use. And then they're saying parent opens in the parent frame, and top opens the document in the full body of the window. So let's try out parent, and yeah, this is just going to open it in the same page, and I'm assuming top is going to do the same. So like I said before, when you're working with HTML, you don't have to memorize everything. So what I'm going to do is I'll just leave the target as blank for the second link, just to differentiate it from this. So the first link will open on the same page, then the second link will open on a different page. So that's mostly about hyperlinks. And then the second thing is absolute versus relative URLs. So let's say we have this website that we have, right? Our website has the first page, the second page, and the third page. So this is the first page, we have the second page, and the third page. What if we want to move between the two different pages? So if you want to move between the two different pages, we use what are known as relative links. So with relative URLs, what you have to do is you simply go to the location of of the of the page. So for example, in the first page, okay, I'm gonna do this in the third page. So I'm gonna have a div and a bunch of links. So the first link is going to go to the second page. Sorry, first.html. This is known as a relative link, and we're gonna say go to the first page. So we no longer have to use HTTPS something something. All we have to do is put the name of the file, and then here we're gonna say second.html, and we're gonna say go to the second page. And since links are normally displayed side by side, okay, let's see if we want to maintain this behavior. Yeah, I think you can leave it like this. Or what I can do is let's separate them. So I'll have a break tag. All right. So go to the first page, go to the second page. If you click on this link, it's going to take you to the first page. So I think if we go to add a slash, right, so that's not working. I didn't call it first, I called it index.html. So my apologies. If I go to the third page and I click on go to the first page, you see that that link is going to take us to the first page, right? And if I go back and I click on go to the second page, that link is going to take us to the second page. So normally you would do something like on all the pages, let's say normal websites will have a navigation, right? So you have a navigation to different parts of the page. So what you would do is, I'm just going to copy this, and then I'll go to the index page, and at the very top, I'm going to say go to the second page, and I want this one to take us to the second page and the third page, right? So this is going to be second.html, and I want this to take us to the third page. Likewise, we'll do the same thing in the second.html. I'll have the same thing at the very top, and then go to the first page and go to the third page. This way, we have some sort of navigation that allows us to move between the different pages. So instead of having every single page open, I'm going to close all the pages except the first page. And now at the very top, I can go to the second page. Now this takes us to the second page, right? And then if we want to go back to the first page, I click on go to the first page. If we want to go to the third page, we click go to the third page. So just by doing that, you have some sort of navigation. So I guess we could try to improve the appearance of this. And this is where I'm going to talk about the margin stuff. So in HTML and CSS, remember I made some notes here about padding and margin. We have two more properties that are mostly used. So what I'm going to do to demonstrate this is I'll create an H1. I'll create an H1, and I'm going to say, okay, so this is an H1, and then I'm going to create another H1 here. More focus, right? So more CSS focus, more focus, or yeah. And then here I'm going to add a few attributes for the, so I'm going to use the style tag, and I'm going to say h1 border is 1px solid red, which means that we want all our h1s to have a border that's 1px solid red. So style h1 border 1px solid red. Right, so I think my problem is I'm used to using something called React, and yeah, and the inline comments and stuff, properties and stuff. So I put quotes. We're not supposed to put quotes, right? So anyways, this is the border. As you can see, borders have appeared on the headings. So we have a border that's 1px solid red, and here the same thing, right? So margin is the space between two different elements, right? So the space from this border, the border of the top H1 and the border of the second H1, that's known as the margin. So what I can do is I want to edit the margin on this, on just this, right? Because if I say here margin, I could say margin top, right? So if I say margin top 2px, or let's say 10px, it's going to add 10 pixels on the margin of each individual h1. So as you can see, the margins have changed, right? Then it'll be easier for me to go to the individual h1, and I'm going to say style is equal to, you know what, I'm going to introduce something else known as an ID. So an ID is a unique identifier for an element. It's an attribute that you can use to uniquely identify an element. So for example, here, this is if we only use the h1 keyword, both h1s will change. But then if we give one of the h1s an ID, here you can come here and say h H second. Just use the title. So we called it H second, and we changed the properties of only that. So if I say color black, you see that only the second paragraph changes in color. So you can use an ID to uniquely identify an element. So if we say with this one, if we go to this one and we say margin top is 20 pixels, margin top 20 pixels, right? So it's not really changing because I think that's already the margin. But then if we say 50 pixels, you see that it's added some space. So the margin between this one and this one has gone up. And if we say margin top is 80 pixels, this guy keeps going down because it keeps increasing the space at the very top. So what I'm going to do is I'll go back to the CSS page, and then I'll go where they put emphasis on, okay, on margin. Okay, so they didn't really explain anything there. So I'm just gonna go back and try to find where we were. Right, so if you say margin top 80 pixels, it's going to add 80 pixels. If you say margin bottom 80 pixels, what it's going to do is it will add 80 pixels to the bottom. So the stuff at the bottom here has gone down. You see that if I remove this, it's a lot closer. So you also have margin left. So you can say margin left 50 pixels. So this guy has moved a bit more to the left, and you also have margin right, which is the space to the right. So if you say 70 pixels, you see that this guy has moved a lot closer to the center. So these are the different margins that you have. So margin bottom, say 80 pixels. So you can do that to change the space between the elements. All right. So I hope I've explained margin well enough. And of course, you also have a different property. So I'm just going to comment these out. And it's just called margin. So if I save this, everything should go back to normal. If you want to edit the margin of everything, you can say margin 80 pixels. What's that going to do is it's going to set the margin top to 80, the margin bottom to 80, left 80, and right 80 as well. So you can use the singular margin property if you want to add a similar margin on all sides. Or you could say 80 pixels, that's the margin top, and then 80 pixels, that's a different margin. If you say this, then this means the margin top and bottom is 80 pixels, and the margin left and right is 80 pixels. Or you could also add another one, 50 pixels, 50 pixels. Now if you do this, it means that this is the margin, I think this is the margin top, this one is bottom, left, and right, I believe. So if I change this to 80 pixels, no. Okay, so 80 pixels, top, this could be right, bottom, let's make this 100. Yeah, so this is top, right, bottom, and left. So it's like clockwise, it goes clockwise. So this is another thing that you can do. Instead of having to change the margins individually, you can do it this way. Another property is known as padding. And padding is simply the space inside of the element. So for example, with this guy right here, if you wanted, it's the space between the actual element, this, and the border, and this red border right here. So if you wanted to add a padding top, if you add a padding top of 60 pixels, what that's going to do is it's going to move this element downwards because it's adding more space between the element and the border. So padding is the space between the element and the border, whereas the margin is the space between the border of the element and the border of other elements. So if I say padding top 60 pixels and I save, you see that we've added space between this guy and the border. And if we say padding left 20 pixels, a similar thing is going to happen. It's going to move more to the left. All right. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to comment out this margin thing. I'll leave the margin top, I'll make it 30. The padding top, I'll just make it 10 for demonstration purposes. And the padding left, I'll make it 10 for demonstration purposes as well. Bottom is too much here. So this is how our element looks. So that's why I said that when you're using borders, most of the times, if you want to change the padding of something, you can add a border to it so that you'll be able to see the changes a lot clearly. Because if we remove the border, right, from the H1, if we remove this border property and we just save it, it's a lot harder to, like, if you say padding top is 40 pixels, it's a lot harder to visualize it. But then if you have the border like this and you say padding top is 40 pixels, it's a lot easier to visualize what you're doing because now the space between the border and the element has changed as well. All right. And just like margin, you can do the same thing for padding. Instead of having top, you can do something like 10px, 20px, 30px, and 40px, which means the first one is the padding top, the padding right, the padding bottom, and this is the padding left. So I'll just comment that out as well. So for now, though, we'll be using it like this. Okay. The next thing that I want to demonstrate is 10. I'll put this 10 and 10. And the main reason why we're doing this is because I wanted us to edit the way that our navigation is working here, right? So we have a navigation that says go to first, go to second, and then go to third. So now what I'm going to do is we want to edit the appearance of that navigation. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to say border 1px solid red. This is what I like to use anyways. All right, so those are our borders. And now I'm going to remove this break. I don't want the break here. Right. So the question now becomes, how do we add space between the first element and the second element, right? We want to add a little space in between here. And to do that, what we can do is, what we'll do is we can add a style here. I'm just going to do it right here. And I'm going to say margin left is going to be what? Margin left is 10 pixels. And now you see that there's a little space. We've added some space here. If we said 20 pixels, we'll add more space. Sorry, there's more space there. So I just wanted to demonstrate that we can edit the appearance of this just like that. All right, so let's say we want the whole thing to have a black background. What we'll do is here we'll say style. Right, so I'll give this an ID, and the ID is going to be navigation. Right, so up here I'm going to say hash navigation, and I'm going to say background color, and we're going to say black. And you see that the whole thing has a background color of black. And now we're going to say the anchors. So you already have an anchor here. All the anchors need to have a color, and we're going to change the color to white. And now you see that the text has changed to white. But then we have a little problem here, is that the text is squeezed too closely to the border. So what we can do is we can add padding top and padding bottom, because we want to have some space between the element itself and the border. So what we can do here is we can say padding top, we'll say 10 pixels. Let's see how that looks. Right, padding top 10 pixels. right? So that's not looking the way I want it to. So what we can do is we can add a padding on the navigation, right? So we can say padding top. Wait, I don't think this is going to work. I'm failing to visualize this. Yeah, padding top, 10 pixels, and padding bottom, 10 pixels. So we're adding space between uh, the border of the navigation and the other elements. The other thing that we could do instead of the padding on the navigation is, this is more confusing. You could say margin top. I think this should work. Margin top on the anchor and margin bottom. So if you add a margin top and a margin bottom of 10 pixels, right? So this isn't working instead. So I think, well, I think it's not working because uh, the navigation is the parent element. So adding a margin onto the parent element is different than adding it on the next element. So I'm just going to keep it like this. And then I'm also going to add a padding left and to have some space here on the left. We're going to make that 5px. Right, and just like that, we are able to change our navigation bar and put it at the very top. And the next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to remove this border here. Right, and then go to first, go to second. So right now I'm just gonna change it to, I don't want it to say to go to first anymore. I just want to say first page. And I want this to say second page. And I want all the pages to appear. So I'm gonna add a third one. And that third one is going to be the third page, right? So let me just third.html, third page. So we want all the pages to be included there, right? So do that, and then what's next? Right, what's next is I'm going to copy this. I want a similar navigation on the second page and on the first page. So I'll paste that here as well. The only difference is now we don't have those styles, right? So all we need to do is we're gonna take the navigation styles and the anchor styles and the anchor styles, and we're gonna cut them from here and put them on the external CSS. Excuse me. And now all the pages have a similar style. All right. And I'm gonna try something here. I'm not sure if this is going to work. Okay, so we want everything to be at the very center. And what we can do is there's another property called text decoration. Okay, if I say none here, I wanted to remove the underlines. So an anchor by default will have an underline. So here I wanted to remove the underline. All right. So now I'm going to introduce something else, and that is an idea of a class. So as you can see in our third page, it's supposed to be third.html, third page, third.html, second page. This is supposed to be third. Right, so they go back and they go to the third page. Right. You see that on the third page we have another navigation down here. We have other anchors down here, but then those anchors, we don't want these ones to be white, right? So what we can do is we can go back to we'll go to the first page, the index, and we'll give these anchors a class, and then we'll give the class of nav 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 anchor or something. So this will have a class of nav anchor, and I'll explain what that is soon. This will have a class of nav anchor as well, and this will have a class of nav anchor as well. So this is kind of like a hacky way of doing it. I'm struggling between like explaining too little concepts to explaining too much. So this will also have a class of nav anchor. So the reason why I did that is I don't want all our links to change. I only want the ones with the class of nav anchor. So what a class is, an ID is unique, right? So for example, if you go to the index, we've given this we've given the div an ID of navigation. We can't give somebody else the same another element the same ID of navigation because an ID is supposed to be unique. But then with a class, you can have the same class on multiple elements. So when we make all these things, all these anchors at the top have a class of nav anchor, we can manually edit their appearance by using dot nav anchor. With the ID, you use hash, right? So hash navigation, but then with the class, you use a dot. And the main reason why I did that is I didn't want our other links to be affected. Because like before we did this, if we just say A, these ones change as well. They also change to white and they're no longer visible. But then we only want the ones at the top to change. Right. So just like that, we have a decent website. You can navigate to the first page, you can navigate to the second page, and you can navigate to the third page. So that's about anchors. Now, now let's go on and proceed to, we're on absolute and relative URLs. And then here we have use an image as a link. So apart from an anchor, which is just the text, you can also have an image being used as a link. So for that, what you can do is you have your A tag here. Your href, let's say we want this to take us to the first page. So first.html. And inside here we'll have an image. So the source, we'll add the image source. So let's see, in our images folder we have this download.jpg, which is what I'm going to use for now. So we'll say images / download.jpg. Right now I'm not going to add an alt, so you can also leave the alt blank. And then the style, I'm going to say width, or instead of using the style, I can just say width directly. So let's see, what's the width that we use on the first page? We use 104 and 142. So I don't want it to be as large, so I'm gonna say 50 and 50, something like that. And we'll save. Right, so let's go to the third page. And you see that when I click on this image, it also takes me to the first page. So the only problem here is first.html. I think I made a mistake somewhere. So, oh yeah, I keep putting it as first.html, but then the first page is known as the index.html. So I'll save that. And if you go to the third page and click on this image, it takes us to the first page. So here, this is like a rough way of doing it. But then Google Images. Wait, I want to click the Google logo. Sorry, Google logo images. Like, let's go to the images section. Yeah, let's say, like, because that's not very clear, so I'm gonna say copy image address, and they can come here. A much more practical way of doing it would be like, let's say you want the Google logo to display that we're going to the Google page, right? So if I go to the third page and I click on this Google logo, it's going to take me. So now I have to change this. It should take me to Google, right? So do that and go back to the third page. Click on this. This takes me to the Google website. So that's one thing that you could do. Yeah. So you can also use images as links. Just put the image inside the anchor element. Another thing is you can link to email addresses. So if you say href mail to something something, that will take you to. So if I click on this, okay. So right now I'm just gonna add a br, a break tag, right? I'll save that, and if I click on send email right here, it's gonna try like to send the email to this guy, right? So if you put an href with this, it allows you to send an email. So remember what I said. I said that when you're using this website, you don't have to memorize everything. Some of this stuff you can always come back and reference them to, right? And here they say use a button as a link. So a button is another element that exists in HTML. I didn't mention this. So this is how you can say button, and it says button, and it says something like click me, right? So you can have a button like that. So if we go to the third page, you see that we have a button that says click me. So that's how you add buttons. And of course, you can always edit the color with CSS. So let's say style, let me say background color, red something, right? And then you could say now the text, now the color of the button itself, we want it to be white, something like that. And then we want the border to be 1px solid red, so that it aligns with the inner elements. Or instead of just red, we wanted a darker red. So we are using an RGB value here. I explained how RGB values work, and then yeah, that's our button. So you can turn this into a link as well, but I didn't want to go into all that because okay, in the example they're using JavaScript to do that, which is something that we haven't done yet. So a button has something known as an on-click listener, so you can use JavaScript to do that. But we haven't done JavaScript yet, so we don't have to do that. So click me, but what you could do, I guess you could still put it inside an anchor element. Just put it inside the anchor and say href is equal to index .html. And when you do that, let's go back to a third page and you click it's going to take us to the first page. So an easy way of doing that is just wrap it around an anchor. So I could say go back to first page. Right. Click on that. Same thing. Then if you want to have another button that sends you to the second page, all you have to do is, so with the second button, I'm going to remove the styles because I want a button that looks in the default manner. And then I'm going to say second.html, and I'm going to say go to second page. And just like that, we get another button that says go to second page. And how do we separate these? We can add a break. Or what's another way of doing it? We've learned about margins, right? So wait, can we do that with margin? I don't think so. If I say style, what's it gonna do? Margin top 10px, I don't think this is going to work because, yeah, these elements are in line. They're on the same line. So if I put the margin on this one, it's going to affect that one as well. So the easiest way to do that here is you can add a break. And after adding the break, we can then say style margin top 10 pixels. And now we have some space between the buttons. As a matter of fact, I want to add the same spacing on the other button. So I seem to be doing a lot, but then I'm just trying to show you what you would do if you were like if you're actually creating a website. So we're going to have this margin top 5 pixels, right? And since this margin top property is the same on both buttons, what we could do is we could remove this style altogether here and here, and we could go up here on the title, and we could say for all our buttons we want to have a margin top of 5 pixels, and it's the same result. So yeah, buttons can be used for different things, but then that's just one of those things. All right, so this is more on absolute versus relative links. I think we've done everything that we needed to do on links. So we've done links, we've done some more CSS, and just a recap on the CSS, we've looked at different properties such as so text align, font family, font size, margin, padding. So margin, padding, font size. So I'm just going to clean this up a bit. Say font size, font family, text align. These are some of the CSS attributes that we've used. All right. So I'm going to call this CSS properties or CSS attributes. What else do we use? We use the border and stuff like that. And with just these few attributes like color, background color, we're able to change the way that our website looks. So now it looks a bit more neat, at least the top part. Right? Okay. So now, what's the next thing? Let's see, link colors. All right, so on the links, a link has different colors. An HTML link is displayed in different colors depending on whether it has been visited, is visited, or is active. By default, a link is underlined and blue. So if you go to a third page, you see that On the third page, the links by default are blue, right? But then after clicking on them, this link is visited. This link is blue, but when you click on it, maybe because it's a mail link, it doesn't change in appearance. But if I add another link, right? So if I come here and add another link, like this one, and I'm going to call it, I'm going to remove the blank and I'm going to call it go to, let's say Facebook. So go to Facebook. So let's go to Facebook. You see that by default it's blue because that's the this is the default behavior, right? That's the default behavior that they're talking about when it's unvisited. When you're clicking on it, it changes to red. So that's the active color. And when you finally click on it and you go on Facebook and you go back to the web page, you see that the link is now blue. This shows that the link has been visited, right? So you can change those attributes, and the way to do that is we're going to go to our CSS here, and what you do is with the link you can change the color for, we use something known as a pseudo, I think they're called pseudo attributes. And the way you do that is as the example shows, if you say a link, right, and you say color green, let's say you want the color to be green, what's going to happen is the default color of the links is going to change to green. So here it's not changing because the links have already been visited. So how can I, what's the cheekiest way to I'm just going to add a bunch of S's on the links. And now you see that we have refreshed. Now the links are green before they are visited. And then you can say a colon hover. And when you hover, let's say you want the color to be black, right? This means that when we go here and we hover over each link, it's going to turn color to black. Or let's do something else like yellow something. And the other thing is when it's visited, what color do you want your links to be when they're visited, right? And when it's visited, let's say you want the color to be orange, right? So if I go back here and I click on one of these links, when we're hovering, it's yellow. When we click on it, right, this is taking time to load for some reason. It's because the URL is incorrect. Now the color is orange, right? And then the other thing you can also change is the active color. And the active color is when you're clicking on it, right? So I'm going to say color. The default color is red, so what should we make it? We can make it let's say tomato. So when you click on the link, you see that the color changes to tomato red. So I click on the link, changes to tomato red. So that's more about links. It's not going to work because it's not going to work because the links are incorrect, right? Because I wanted to reset everything. So to reset everything, I added a bunch of S's to the links. So now I'm going to remove the S's. Right. And now you can see that even on the third page, even these links that are visited have changed to orange. But then on the first page and on the second page, they're just the same, right? So we can, what we could do is we could give these links down here because we don't want that to affect the links at the very top, right? So instead of saying a.visited, what we could do is we'll go to these three links right here and we can give them a class of bottom link. So we'll give that a class of bottom link. We'll give this the same class, bottom link. Only these three links, right? Bottom link, and this class is equal to bottom link. The reason why the first page and second page aren't affected is because we're only adding these styles to this page, right? We didn't add the styles in the global style sheet. We're only adding them to this page. So bottom link. And instead of doing these changes on the A, we're going to do them on the bottom link. So we're identifying them using the class. So I'm just going to do that a few more times. And when you say these links aren't affected, but these links are affected, right? So that's how links work. So I want them, you know what, we can keep the default color to be, to be green, but then that doesn't make much of a difference because they already visited. So I want to reset the links. So what I can do is, let's make the visited links the same color as the ones that aren't visited. So now the links are back to green. Then if we change them back to orange, they're going to change to orange. Okay, so what we could do is, let's just add the S's again. S's, S, S, and then let's remove the S's. All right. It still shows that they're visited, but anyways, it doesn't matter. Or we can try to refresh the page. I think it's because we're using the live server. Refreshing the page won't really help that much. But then yeah, that's how you can manipulate the behaviors of the links. Oh yeah. So another thing that I didn't mention about CSS is you can put commas on the attributes. So let's say we want the default color to be the same as the visited color, right? What you could do is, instead of like putting them separate, you can add commas. So you just cut that, we put a comma, and we paste the other one here. That means that these properties are going to apply for those two states because they're separated by commas. When you hover, it's different. But then if we remove this, if we remove the hover state, so let's say we got rid of this and we added it here as well, it means that the hover state is also going to share those same properties. So right now I'm just going to undo because I want the hover state to be different. So that's what you can do with HTML and CSS. It's the same thing as if you wanted to apply the same style to your H1, your paragraph, and your anchors. You wanted all these to be, let's say, what color do we want? We wanted all these to be blue. You can separate them with commas. Now everything has changed to blue. Instead of saying H1 color blue, P color blue, and A color blue. Right, so text decoration is something that I used, and I used it to make them. You remember the default links they're underlined. So text decoration, there are different properties like underline. What else? What are other properties of text decoration? There's dashed, dotted, double, line through, solid. And so when you say none, you remove, because the default for links is underlined. So when you say none, you move the underline. And the display inline block, it changes the elements from block elements to inline elements. So for example, your H1s, the block elements usually appear on different lines, right? Whereas the inline elements like our links, if you have a link and another link, automatically they're going to appear side by side because they're not block level elements. Then with paragraphs, they appear on different lines. And that's one of the behaviors of block level elements. I hope I'm not mistaken on that. So yeah, now we've done the links section as well. Oh yeah, so we have one more thing called link bookmarks. Okay, so for that one, I think we're gonna use the second page. So we're gonna go to second page. The idea of a link bookmark is sometimes, let's say you have a very long page, right? And you want it, when you're at the bottom, you want to click on a button that just takes you to the first section. So what you can do for that is, I'll also reference this a bit in case I've forgotten. So what we can do is, for the colors section, right? It's inside this div. We can give it an ID and say the ID is going to be colors section. And then down here in the quotation section, you could have a button here, or let's just say a link, and you want to say go to colors section, right? And the way you do that is by referencing in the href, you just say hash colors section. You reference it by the ID that we gave to the color section. Remember, in the color section, we gave it an ID of color section. So when you do that, you go to a second page and you click on go to color section. It's just going to move you to this part of the website, right? So we can do the same thing for quotation section. You could say ID as you go to, I'm just going to call it Q section because I don't want to write the whole thing. Q, or we can say quotation section. And the advantage of doing that is in case somebody else is reading our code, they'll be able to identify it easier. Right, so, you know what, I'm going to do this. I want to make this a button. So I want to have the stuff inside a button. Like go to color section. And then here, we're going to say in the colors section, we're going to say go to quotation section. And here, the href is going to be quotation. Quotation. I hope I'm spelling that right. Right. So when you click on this button, it's going to take you to the quotation section. All right, so I feel like this is interfering with the aesthetic. So I'm just going to place it at the bottom. Right, so at the bottom you have this little thing, and you can add other attributes as well, like let's say you want to add some margin or some padding. Right now I'm not going to do that because I don't want to spend more time than necessary explaining concepts that we've already like delved into. So you can always change the CSS. All right, so that's about bookmarks. They allow you to connect different parts of your web page. All right, and I think the rest of the page simply explains that. So I think that's all on links. Now we have a few extra things like images, favicons, page title, and then we'll go on to more elements like tables and lists. Alright, so from links, we're off to the next part, which is images. So it says images can improve the design and appearance of a web page. We've already looked at this. The syntax, we've already looked at the syntax. We know what the source attribute does. We know what the old attribute does. We know what the width and height attribute does. Right, so here they're making a suggestion that with images, so I'm going to go to the third page. Third page, let's see. With images, you basically have two options. You can either put the width and height separately, or you can include them as a style. And what I mean by that is when we go to our image here, right, we can either have the width and the height as an attribute, or we could delete that. Or what I'm going to do is I'm just going to get the same image, I'll copy it, and we'll paste it down here. So alternatively, we could delete this and just include this as a style. So you can say style is equal to width 500 pixels. Oh, that's too large. Let's say, what is the initial width and height? Okay, 50. So style width 50 pixels, and then height, the height is also 50 pixels. So you can have it as CSS instead. And when you go to the bottom of the page, you see that we have our image right there. So you can do it both ways. Basically, that's what that's saying. Or you can use the width and height attributes. So always specify, otherwise the page might flicker. Right, so here they're saying that they recommend that you use the star attribute, because when you use the star attribute, it prevents style sheets from changing the size of the image. So for example, if we had an image tag here, and if we had image here and we said width should be 100 pixels and height should be 100 pixels, right? And let's look at our two images. You see that this image, the first one, is affected because it uses width and height attributes, right? That's the one in the link. This one is affected. Then the one at the bottom isn't affected because it uses the style attributes. And these styles are overriding the styles right here at the top, which is why they're recommending that you use the styles instead of just saying width and height, so you don't run into that problem. Okay, so we've already done this. Animated images, here they're just saying that you can add a GIF as an image, like you do it in the same way as you would an ordinary image. Images as a link, we've done that already. And here they're talking about image floating. So here the idea is, let's say you want to combine a paragraph and an image, right? So we can have a paragraph here, and we're going to close it right here. And the paragraph has some text like, hello there, how are you all doing, right? And if we go to our web page, we'll see that they aren't perfectly aligned. We have the image first, and then we have the paragraph. So if you want them to float, you can add a style attribute to the image, and onto the style you can add floats, right? And what this should do is it should put the image on the right side of the text. So now you can see that the image is to the right of the text. And if you say float left, the image appears on the left side of the text. So it pretty much looks the same though. Right, so you see, I guess the only difference is that here the text is at the bottom of the image, but then when you include the floats, it's like it's at the very top. So what you could do is let's see how they did it. So yeah, Okay, the difference is that with them, it's a longer paragraph. So let's say, okay, let me just use lorem and save, and let's see the effects. Yeah, now you see that as you can see, the text comes perfectly next to the image. So that's the usefulness, right? If we remove the float element, on the other hand, you see that the text starts at the bottom. So that's one way that you can use the float. And if you float it to the right, it's the same thing. It's going to be on the right side. So the usefulness is most displayed when the text is longer. Right, so common image formats, these are image formats that you can use in the page, and that's just the summary. Alright, so let's go down to image map. Now this is not as important, so I'll just read through it. Image map, the HTML map tag defines an image map. Is an image with clickable areas. So with the map, it's like you have this image. If you click here, it's taking you to a page that talks about computers, and then you can click on the phone. It takes you to a page that shows phones. You can click on the coffee. So it's sort of like if you have an image and you want it to have different clickable parts, right? You want it to be able to identify that this part is a computer, this is a phone, and that's coffee. You can define an image map. And so this is how you define an image map. You set the coordinates for the laptop. Here you set the coordinates for the phone and the coordinates for the coffee in the form of a circle. So you can read all this, but then this is one of those things that it's well documented. But if you want to use them, you can always read them. But then I've never had to use them once, so you don't really need to. We don't really need to go into that. But the idea is, so maybe I'll just go through one of them. Um, if you define a shape, so for example, you have your image here, and then you define your map, and then you can say area shape is rectangle. So the coordinates, this simply shows that 34, 44. So what that means is, let's see, the shape, the rectangle. So the coordinates 34, 44 is located 34 pixels from the left, which is here, and 44 pixels from the top. So you're starting here, and then you're ending 270 pixels from the left margin and 350 from the right. So you're starting here and you're ending here. So it's basically you're defining that this is the first point. It's from the left 34, from the top 44, and this is the second point. From the left 270, from the right 350. And that area is the area that is defined by a computer. And then you can specify what you want to happen when you click on that. So basically you can read all this, but it's not very important and you rarely have to use it. Right, so background images. So a background image can be specified for almost any HTML element. Right, so let's say I keep using the same image because, right, what was the name of our first image? We have the download.jpg image. So let's define another paragraph here. And I'm just going to copy this text. Okay, I'm just going to type it out so that we can follow each other. And then you can say style is equal to background. Instead of background color, you can say background image. And the background image is in the form of a URL. So you say the URL is open brackets, close brackets, and then we'll use single quotes since we're using double quotes on the outer part. And then our image is located in images, and it's called download.jpg, right? So here we can say we will have some text lorem. All right, so save that, and you see that here this paragraph has this image in the background. So usually I use case for like background images is, for example, usually in like a web page, some websites have an image in the background, right? Or if the whole page could have an image in the background. So what you could do is you could put the background image on the body, which means that the whole website is going to have a background image like that. So obviously the image has to be the right type so that it doesn't look weird. You can also do it in the style part instead of doing it with inline CSS. And this is background image on a page. Just want to see their image. Can we copy this? Okay, no. So I wanted to see if I could copy the URL for the image. So it says if the background image is smaller than the element, the image will repeat itself, right? So for example, in our page, our image is very small, so the image ends up repeating itself all over the page. Alright, so to avoid the background image from repeating itself, set the background repeat property to no repeat. So what I'm going to do is I'll remove this from here, and I'll also remove, I guess we can keep it down there. And we'll do this in the body instead. So in the body, we're going to say background image is this, right? So no need for that. So let's see if that works first. So yeah, it's working again. And then since the image is small, you could say background repeat, and it's going to be no repeat, right? No repeat. And when you save that, the image is no longer repeated. The only problem is that our image is small in this case. So if you want the background image to cover the entire element, you can set the background size property to cover. Also, to make sure the entire element is covered, set the background attachment property to fixed. This way the background image will cover the entire element with no stretching the image will keep its original proportions. So we have to use the background size property to cover. So we'll take this property, we'll come here, the image, we'll set it to cover. Let's see. And now you can see that the image is fitting the whole page. And then if we don't want it to stretch, they're saying we use the background attachment. Then we save that, and now the image is much more uniform. So what you can do is, because it kind of looks confusing because we've also set that on this paragraph, so what I'm just going to comment this entire paragraph out. So now, as you can see, this entire web page has that plant in the background. So of course we could search for a better, larger image, but for now we'll just leave it like that. If you want the image to stretch to fit the entire element, you can set the background size property to 100%, 100%. So let's see. Let's differentiate that from the initial thing that we did. Go up here and we'll say, instead of background size cover, we're going to make it 100%, 100%. Right, so now it changes. So you can always experiment with the different properties to see which one fits best. I don't know if I should larger images of space. Alright, so let's take this, which image is better? We're going to take this image of space, and then we're going to say, I'm just going to copy the image address. I don't want to save it. And then we'll go to our web page, and in the URL, we'll just paste that there. And then Now you can see that uh, this is the background image of our website. Or let's see, oh, let's try this one. Copy image address. We'll go back to our web page, and then we paste it there. We save, and then we go back here, and yeah. So that's about background images. All right. Yeah, I don't want to draw too much here on the aesthetic of the page, but then we could always change that to something else. So let's go back. Right, so now we go to the next page. The next page, HTML picture element. The HTML picture element allows you to display different pictures for different devices or screens. The HTML picture element gives one or more source elements, blah, 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 blah. All right, so here the basic idea is that the picture element, let's say you want a picture to display differently depending on the size of the of the device, right? So let's say you want a phone to display this image, and then you want a laptop to display another image. You would use something like the source element. So here what I'm going to do is use the picture tag outside, and inside you say source media. If the min width is 650, we'll use this width, and if the min width is 465, you use that. So for example, let's I'm going to paste, okay, just messed that up. I'm going to paste this image, copy image address, and I'm going to paste that here just so we can see. Paste, and then I'll come to the second image, copy image address, and I'll paste that here. Right, so paste, and then I'll save. And then when we go back to our web page, so this might be hard to see because of the background. So also I think I forgot to add one more thing there. So what I'm going to do is, oh no, we're doing this in the, oh, we did this in the index page. Let's cut this and do it in the third page. Wow. Okay. I guess I should have just downloaded the images because they're really large. Okay, so if we do this and save, and this is the disadvantage of just copying the URL from Google. So what we'll do is the whole background image, we'll just delete this, right, and we'll comment this out. Well, we'll just delete the whole thing. Okay, and then down here in the image part, we'll paste the image source. Okay, just give me a moment. Alright, sort of done is I've simply downloaded the images because the URLs were just too long. So we have the source images slash download 2, download 3, and just the download. So what this is going to do is, the moment the width passes 465, this download 3 image is going to be displayed. So if we go here and we click on download 3, we see that this is the download 3. And then after we cross to 600 and something, the download 2 image is going to be displayed, which is why I'm going to press Ctrl O J so that and the reason for that is it shows up here, it shows the width of the page. So you see that when I cross 460 something, right? When the size of the screen crosses 160 something, the download 3 image is displayed. And when it crosses 600, so I'm just going to expand. When it crosses 600, the other image is going to display. And if it's below 400 and it's below 600, the default source image, which is the default source image, which I set as download the JPG, the plant is going to display. Also, another reason why you include this one is in case the browser that you're using doesn't support. If it doesn't support the picture tag, you can also use this as a fallback. But what this means is on smaller screens, it's going to support this one, and here the screen, it's going to display the first image. When it crosses 465, so medium screens, it's going to display these ones. And on larger screens, it's going to display that one. So that's about the picture element, if you ever need it. But yeah, like I said, some of these things are just extras to add onto the fundamentals. Okay, so some of the reasons you may do this is like for bandwidth, you don't want to load a larger image for a small device or something like that. Okay, and another reason is that some browsers may not support all image formats, and by using the picture element, you can add images of all formats, and the browser will use the first format it recognizes. So here we're not using a media query to specify the screen. We're simply, in this example, they're simply listing a bunch of images. So the idea is, if the browser doesn't support a PNG, it's going to load the JPG. If it doesn't support the JPG as well, it's going to load the GIF. So that's one of the reasons you would do that. But then nowadays, most modern browsers recognize almost everything, so you don't have to worry about that as much. Okay, so I'm gonna go down here. Okay, we're on picture element, and then the next thing is the fav icon. Right, so a fav icon is the small image displayed next to the page title. So I'm gonna go to the index for this one. So the index is the first page, right? So the fav icon, for example, if I go on this website, Argos, you see that they have their logo. On Google, they have their logo next to it. And on w3cschools, they have this W, right? Next to the name of the website. So next to the title, rather. But then on our website, if we go here, the text that is displayed above here is this is the title that we set for the page. So we set our title to the HTML w3c schools, right? That's right here. This is the title. But then we can also add a fav icon. We don't have one, so by default it just displays this circular bar. And to add our own, what we need to do is we need to add this text. So I'm going to copy this. You can link it. So you say link, type is icon, rel is icon, type is image slash x icon. The reference is images slash fav icon. So we have to create this fav icon. So I'm going to save. And as of right now, we don't have a fav icon in our images. So what I can do is what we could do is images. What's a good icon? So I'm going to take this space icon, and there's a website called favicon.cc, if I'm not mistaken. I hope I remember it correctly. Yeah, and you can use this website to create your fav icon. So all you have to do is import an image. So we're going to choose a file, and we're going to go to our desktop, our code, HTML stuff, images, and we're going to pick this space icon right here. So we're going to open, keep dimensions or shrink to square icons. So I'm gonna pick keep dimensions, and then we're gonna upload. And after uploading it, you scroll down here, and it shows you, and you'll be able to download your favicon. So, and as you can see, the website favicon is also changed, right? So it does that immediately. It also displays how it's going to show. So if we download this favicon, here it is. So I'm gonna show in folder. I'm going to cut it and I will paste it. Code, HTML stuff, images, and I'll paste it in here. So this is the favicon. And now that I've done that, when I go back to my website, since we've linked the favicon here, and now it should be visible here. So I'm going to save this, and I'll go back to the web page, and now the favicon must display here. Okay, so here I think it's not going to display because I'm using the live server. But then if I were to go into the folder and HTML stuff and open up index.html, you see that the favicon displays here, right? So first page, second page, it's not going to display on the second page and the third page because we didn't include that there. So what I'm going to do is I'll go into our code and I'm going to copy this. And then we'll go to the second page and we'll paste that here. I think I want it under the title. So we'll paste that here. And then in the third page under the title, we'll paste that here as well. So I save. And now I think once we go to the first page, you see the favicon is here. Second page has the favicon, and the third page has the favicon. So that's how you add a favicon to your web page. Usually the favicon is like your logo, something. But then here it's not going to display because I'm using the live server and it has different settings. So yeah. What else can we do before we proceed? Right, okay, let's just go through the next sections first. The next section is all right. The next section after favicon is the page title. So every web page should have a page title to describe the meaning of the web page. This is the title, and then the title is displayed here. Right, that's straightforward. Right, so the next thing is HTML tables. So like, how do you define a table in HTML? This is another tag that we haven't done. But then before we do that, I don't like the way this is displaying. I think we can make use of something that we already described. So the nav anchor, the color is white and the text decoration is none. But then we're going to borrow from third, and I'm just going to copy this stuff. And I'll go to the style. What I'm going to do is the others right. So I'm just gonna when normal link and visited, I want it to, so it's gonna be nav dash anchor visited. We want it to be like that. But then if it's so instead of this, I'm going to call this nav link, right? So I'm going to delete this, right? So I want to change what happens when you hover. So when you hover, I don't want the color to be the same. I want it to be, let's say, yellow, so that at least it shows something once we hover on the links. So, oh, we called it nav anchor. Nav anchor, right? Nav dash anchor. All right, yeah. So now when we hover, it's a different color. You can also go as far as saying when you hover, you want the background color to change as well. So you could change it to like FFF, 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 which is white, and we could also change this to, when it's active, it'll also be white. So it's like when you hover, you want the text to be yellow, but then the background to go white. So I think if it's going to go white, the text should be black. So you could do something like that. I just want us to change the appearance of our links. So, and then you could also do what else could we do? We could also do font weight, and we could just increase the weight of the font, so 700 or something, so that when you hover, the text should appear bold. That's another thing you can do. All right, so when you hover above it, the text should appear bold. What I don't like is the background color, so I'm just going to remove it. Background color, remove it, and I'll change this back to yellow. All right, so when you hover on the links, this is what's going to happen. So I think this is when you click on it, it shows like a red color. All right. So HTML tables. HTML tables allow web developers to arrange data into rows and columns. So this is an example, and this is how a table is formed. So for this one, I think I'm going to have a separate page as well, and I'm going to call this fourth, since that's the fourth door HTML, right? And then as of the title, we're going to call it tables, right? So let's not forget to add the fav icon as well. So we want that to display here as well. And then in the body, I'm just going to have an H1 that says tables. Now I'm going to right click it and open with live server. It's going to take us here. I'll cut that because I want it displayed here. All right, tables. Actually, I don't need to do that because I don't need to do that. All I have to do is go to the index page, and in the nav bar we can add a fourth, right? So we have first, second, third, and then we'll just add a fourth. So I'm going to copy this. I'm going to copy this, paste it down below, and I'm going to call it fourth page. And this is going to link to fourth.html. So which means that we have to do the same thing for all the other pages. Let's just make sure it works in the index first. Fourth, yeah, it takes us to the fourth page. Okay. So in the second page, where the nav is, we'll do the same thing. We'll add the fourth and third page. Where the nav is, we'll do the same thing. We'll add the fourth, and then I'm just going to copy this whole thing, go into the fourth page, and before the H1, we're going to have this navigation bar. So even in the fourth page, we have that. Right, H1 tables. Another thing that's missing is the CSS, the style sheet. So we're going to add the style sheet because, as you can see, it looks different from the other pages, right? So third page, I think I didn't save. Looks different from the other pages. So the fourth one, here we'll add the style sheet. Now it looks uniform with the other pages. All right. So for the tables, we'll have what you have is you have a table tag. This creates the table, right? And then after the table tag, you have what are known as table rows, and that creates the row of each and every table. Right, so let's say our table is going to have 3 rows. So we're going to have table row, and then we'll have another table row, and then we'll have another table row. Right, so if I save this and I go here, it doesn't show anything at the moment. And inside every table row, you have what is known as table data. So it's TD. So we say company. We want the first field to be company. The second field, I'm just copying that to be contact. Right. So I guess what we could do is contact, and then we want to have country. So this will be our table. We have the company, the contact, and the country. So that's how table rows. You have a table row, and the table data is each cell in the row, right? So we can copy that 3 times. All right, company, 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 company. All right, but then the first part, the top part here, which are the headers, instead of writing TD, which is the table data, we can put TH. This shows that this is a header, right? So you put TH, TH, and TH here, and here TH as well. And what that would do is it's just going to make it bold. So here I'm going to overwrite these table rows because I want it to fill the actual values. All right. So this is our table. You have the company name, you have the contact, and you have the country. Right. So if you go on W3C Schools and click Try Yourself, this is how the table row appears. This is how the table appears. So what I'm gonna do to change ours is just like this one, we're gonna make the width 100%. So we want the table row to fill the entire like length of the page. So we want the table row to fit the entire length of the page. And what else? Right. Another thing is that if in CSS, if you don't put the table doesn't come with a border. So if you want the table to have a border, you'd say style here. You'd say border 1px solid black, and that will add an outer border to your table. But then if you want everything, including the table headers, to have a style, to have a border as well, you're going to say style is equal to, don't copy this because I'm going to change it just now, 1px solid black, which means that that's going to apply on the style is equal to border 1px solid black, which means that's going to apply on this row, right? Sorry, okay, that's not the row. If we put it here, it's going to apply on that row. So this row is going to have a border as well. So what you do normally is you're just going to specify that if you add a border to this row, 1px solid black, 1px solid black. I don't see the changes. Okay, so what we'll do is when we're creating our table, since we're going to add the borders to the rows and the table data, I think, so what we're going to do is we'll just have a universal style up here. In our style sheet, we're going to, right, so what we're going to do is we're going to go up here and we're going to add the style sheet. So we're going to say style, so table, the table row, and the table data. We want them to all have a border that's 1px solid black. And when we do that and we go back to our web page, you see that the table has a bunch of borders. So I want okay, table row. I think the table row isn't applying. So instead of table row, we're going to say table header. So we want it on the table header and the table data. So when we go back here, you see that, yeah, now this is how the table is going to look. Right, so that's our table. Right, so that's the first part. Now we're going to go back to the documentation. Table cells, TD stands for table data. Everything between TD and TD are the content of the table. So that's a single cell. For example, Alfred was a single cell. This would be the first in the first column. This would be in the second column. This would be in the third column. Same thing. First column, second column, third column. Okay. TR stands for table row. TH stands for table headers. All right. So that's it about tables. That's how you can define your tables in HTML. So there are a few more things that you can do in with HTML and CSS and your tables. Those are known as row span and col span. So if you want something to span two rows, for example, so I don't know if okay. So first of all, let's just follow the outline of this, and we'll come back to that. Okay, so that's how you add a border. Collapse table borders. To avoid having double borders, set the CSS border collapse property to border collapse. Okay, so if you don't want to have double borders, we're going to come here and we'll set the border collapse properties to, and just like that, you see that the double borders are going to go away. Style table borders. If you set the background color of each cell and give the border a white color, same as the document background, you get the impression of an invisible border. Right, so here they're simply saying that if you want the table to look as though it doesn't have any border, you can just set the color of the border to white, and then you can give the table head and the table data. Okay, so I'm just going to demonstrate what that is. So these styles are applying for everything, but then now we want styles that only apply for the table header and the table data. So if you give them this background color and we go back to our page, you see that this is how the page is going to look. Now, if we want it to look as though there are no borders on the table, what we can do is you can just set the background color to white, because that's the default color of the web page. So now when we go back to our table, background color, sorry, made a mistake, not background color, but then the border color to white. And now the page is going to look as though the borders are invisible, stuff like that. So rounded border, if you want something to have rounded borders, you can set the table radius, which I'm not going to do for now. But then the border radius, and yeah, so the border radius is a very interesting thing. So for example, down here, I think we had an image. So I'm going to go to this image. If you want the image to appear round, you can add, in the style, you can add an element of border radius. So border radius just sets the radius of the corners, how much you want the corners to curve. So if you say 10%, for example, 10%, and I want to change the width and the height so that it looks more pronounced. You see that when you go back to the third page on our image is going to have some borders. This image is going to have some corners. You can't see it because it's so low. Then if you want it to be round, you just make it 50%. And now this image is circular. I don't know if you can see the background, but then the background of the image is circular. Or I could do the same thing for this image. not that one, this one. And like say the border radius is 50%. Now this is going to be a round image. So that's what that's all about. So if you make it less than that, like 10%, it's going to be rounded edges but not very pronounced. 20%, 30%. If you want something to be round, you set it to 50%. So that's another CSS property that we've learned. Right, so we'll go to the fourth page. The border style property, you can set the appearance of the border, so you can make it dotted, dashed, solid. So for example, you could say for the table data and the border style, you want it to be dotted. This isn't going to, and just like that, you see that the table, uh, right here, they're dotted, right? We can't see it because the border is so small, so maybe I'm gonna make it big, 5. Like if I make it 5, now the border is a lot larger and it's dotted. Or you'd say dashed, and that's how it's going to look. So yeah, that's about tables. These are the attributes that you can choose from. Right, border color, you can always change the border color and stuff like that. Right, so I'm just gonna use that here as well. Border color. So let's change it to red. Let's see what's gonna happen. Now the border color is red. And this one is only for our table data, right? For our cells. But then the outer part, the border is still white. So if I were to change this one to black, you see that outside the table is black, but then inside these borders are red because we've changed the border color for that. So those are just some attributes that you can play around with. Okay, HTML table sizes. They have different sizes. So for example here, we change the width to 100%, right? Which means that the table is going to be 100% of the page. But then if we had made the width of the table something smaller, let's say, where's the table? Let's say 70%. Let's say 70%. You see that it only fills 70% of the page. 80%, it only fills 80% of the page. And then text align. I'm not sure if this is going to work. No, that's just going to change the text. Okay. So, right. I think I actually liked that appearance though. So let's make it 100%. Let's make the text align back to center. I know a way to put this table in the center overall, but then I don't want to get into that, so we're just gonna leave it like that for now. Um, HTML table column width. So you can change the width of a table cell by specifying the width here. So for example, if you want the second cell, right, the second column rather, to be a lot bigger than the other columns, you could set it, and the moment we say 70%, this second cell takes 70% of the page. So if we say 60%, it's going to be 60%, right? If we say 80%, okay, let's just make it 50. It's going to take 50%. So that's another thing that you can do. You can change the width on individual rows or columns. You can do the same thing to set the height of a row. So if you want to change the height of a row, you could do something like this. So this table row height is 200 pixels. All of a sudden, this row is a is a lot bigger. So 200 is too high. Then let's say 100. So yeah, those are some of the things you can manipulate with tables. Then table headers. These are table headers, vertical table headers. Okay, so here what they're simply saying is if you want your headers to be on this side, right? Some tables have the headers on this side and the information on that side. All you have to do is make the first element a table header and everything else table data. And if you go to the try it yourself page, you see that the first, it's like the table is first name, last name, age, and these are the values. The values are on the right. So that's all you have to do for that. Align table headers. Table headers by default are bold and centered, but then you can always change it. You could say text align left to move them to the left, or text align right to move them to the right. So I don't know if I have to demonstrate that, but if we were to remove the text align center attribute here, you see that these are on the center, but then these are starting on the left, right? So if we want it to be uniform, we could change the text align with these to center. So table H, you could say, I guess you could do it up here, only for the table H. Text align, we'll change it to the left. So now in our table, everything is floating to the left. My table caption, you can add a caption to your tables. So which is like the title of your table. So you can say something like that. We'll add a caption. So that's the caption. It's like a little title. If you wanted, you could still use like an H2 just on top of the table, but then a caption can be better for screen readers and stuff like that. Okay, so table padding and spacing. So you can adjust the padding inside the cells and also the space between cells. Okay, so like I said before, padding is the space between the borders and the inside content, right? So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to remove this height attribute. We want everything to look uniform, and I'm also going to remove its width attribute because I want everything uniform. Right. So if you wanted to increase the space between the table, the data and the edges, all you have to do is up here you're gonna say, let's say padding left. We discussed padding already, so you could say padding left, let's say if you say padding left 20 pixels, you're going to increase the padding left of all the elements. So I put that on the wrong spot, but yeah, so all the elements are going to have an extra padding. So padding left, you could do padding top, right? 10 pixels. So the space between the border and the element itself. Or you could just do padding, and that would be like padding 10, which means everywhere the padding is 10, left, right, bottom, and top. So yeah. Cell spacing is the space between each cell. By default, the space is set to 2 pixels. To change the space between table cells, use the border spacing property. So the table, so on that cell to apply for the table only, right? So only the table. Border spacing 30 pixels. This is what it looks now. I'm going to save this. It says that increases the space between the two borders. I think that's not visible because border spacing, did I right there put that right? Border spacing, 30 pixels. And that increases the space between the table borders. Okay. I don't think our table changed, did it? No, everything is the same, so I don't know what's up with that. Okay, so I don't see the change in the spacing for hours. So maybe I made a mistake somewhere. But then I've decided that I want the width up here as well. So 100 pixels. Right. So border spacing, that's not doing anything. What if I were to add it here, and then I were to add it here as well? Still nothing is happening. So I'm just going to ignore this for now. Wait, then we paste it here as well. Yeah, nothing's happening. So it doesn't seem like a useful property anyways. So we'll just ignore that for now. All right. So okay, yeah. So this is what I was talking about: call span and row span. Right. So sometimes you want a cell to span over multiple columns. So for example, I'm just going to use the code that they've given us here, and I'll create another table, right? So create another table, save it. Okay, so this is the table, and what I'm gonna do is up here on the table, I'm gonna say margin bottom. Let's put it 20 pixels so that we have some space. Right, so that's not taking effect as well. It's very strange. Alright, so what I've done is I'm just going to remove this here, and I've added those dowels right here because for some reason they're not working when I put them up there. So maybe I might figure out why that is later on. And then here the width is also going to be 100%. Alright, so we're discussing call span and row span. So call span, sometimes you want part of your table to span two columns. So for example, in this case, we have a table that has name and age. And on the name section, people are putting in their first name and their last name. First name and the last name. We don't want to say, we could have just made it a table header and said first name, and then we could have had another one with the surname, right? And this works in the exact same way. And this is the first name and this is the surname. But sometimes you can just make use of something known as the call span, and this will span two columns. So it's going to take this column and this column without the border. So you can do that if you want. There are different applications for that, but if you ever find yourself needing to do something like that in a table, you can always use the call span. And the other one is the row span. So I'm just going to copy this other table. I'll paste it down here, and I'll put the width as well. All right, and with the call span, what's going to happen is the third table, right? I forgot to, we're also going to take the margin bottom from here and put it here to have some space. So with the call span, sometimes you want something to span two columns. So with the row span, to span two rows. So the phone here is taking up this row and it's also taking up this row. So what you do is you say th row span is equal to 2. That means that it's going to take up two rows, right? So because it's taking up two rows, on the third row here, we don't have to include a table data at the top. So let me just demonstrate what I mean by that. If we did this, it's going to look weird, right? So if we said, if this was the address, for example, this could be address, and then we could have table data, and then this could be address, could be address could be US, let's just say. And this suits fine because it's a different field, right? So this, here we have to include two of them, but then here we only have to include one because the other table row is taken by this row span. Likewise, if we were to include another number down here, so let's say we were to include another number here, 663, we would make the row span here 3. That means that it would span 3 rows. So that's how row span works. And this is how call span works. With call span, we didn't have to include another table header because this table head, right, the name is taking up 2 columns already. All right. So now we go to the next section. All right, we're still looking at table styling. So you can use CSS to make your tables look better. And these are some of the things that you can do. All right, so here there's something known as the nth child. So you can use a property known as the table nth child even to change the properties of every other row, every other even row. What this means is, I don't know if I should. Okay, you know what? I'm just going to include this as well. So I'm going to include this. I'm going to copy this, and we're going to have this table down here, and then we'll take the margin here. We'll include that right here as well. Okay, so what I've done is I've taken the code from this file, just all of it, and I've pasted it into a new file known as fifth. Because for some reason I think there is some conflicting CSS, and I'm unable to edit some of the properties. And I'm unable to edit some of the properties in the table, so I've just created a different one just to like demonstrate. So like in this fifth file, this is the table that we have, right? And when I say tr nth child even background color, it means that every even table row is going to have this background color. If we say old, every old table row is going to have that background color. So these are some of the things that you can do with your tables. So for the most part, you can just read those. Right now, I'm wondering if it has anything to do with my style sheet. What happens if I add this style sheet? Will this start misbehaving? No, it's still misbehaving well. Okay, but anyways, that wasn't working for some reason, so I had to migrate to a different file. So yeah, that's more about tables. Let's see if there's anything else. tr nth child even, HTML table verticals, zebra stripes. You can also style every other like column, so you can use this. TD nth child even and TH nth child even. So if you do that, and let's see, Let's change the color to, let's say, red or something. So it means that every other row is going to be red, right? It's going to have a background color of red. So these are some of the things that you can do. Combine vertical and horizontal zebra stripes. So you can change every other. So this is basically the same thing as we've done. So like here they're just using two very similar colors. So like we can combine both attributes. We want the vertical ones to be less light, and we want the horizontal ones to be less light and the vertical ones to be more light. So yeah, for the most part, these other things are okay. The border bottom. If the border bottom gives horizontal dividers, that means that you're only going to have a border at the bottom. So you can have a hoverable table. So if you add this attribute and say table row hover background color, so this means that whenever you hover on a table row, the background color is going to change. So let's make it something greenish. And if we save and come back here, when you hover over a row, the background color is just the same way that we were doing for the anchors, right? If you say A hover, it does that. So you can do it for the table row hover. It's going to change what happens when you hover above it. And then yeah, so I think that's all for the tables. Okay, now call group. If you want to style specific columns of the table, let me see how much more stuff do we have on tables. All right, this is the last one because I'm kind of getting sick of these tables. But then the basic idea is just know how to form a basic table, and then you can always come back here to reference, right? So if you want to style the first two columns of the table, use the call group. Okay, so for example, each group is specified with the core element. The span attribute specifies how many columns that get the style. The style attribute specifies the style to give the columns. Right, so let's see. We have an ordinary table and they're saying column group. We want the column group to have a span of 2, which means the first two, the first two, the first two rows should be a column group, right? And this is the style that we want to apply on that, which is why, and then here we do everything the same way as it's done. So if I were to come here and make the column group a span of 3, it means that it's going to extend all the way to Wednesday, right? If we make it a span of 4, it's going to extend to Thursday. So you just specify that at the very top, and then those attributes will take effect. You can also do something else like if you said you wanted the color to be white, it means that these elements, oh, sorry, run, these elements should have a color. The color of white. That's what I was expecting, but that's not happening. So yeah, I think that for now we're just gonna stick to changing the background color. Maybe it's not possible to change the color in here. Okay, so that's how the column group works anyways. All right, so oh, this isn't, oh yeah, that's white, that's white. So yeah, we'll just leave it with the background color. And then CSS Lego properties. There is a very limited selection of CSS properties that are allowed to be used in the core group. Okay, so they are limited. That's why the color wasn't working. You can use the width, the visibility, the background, and the border. Okay. You can also create multiple column group elements. So for example, you can specify that the first two are going to be a column group, and then the other three are going to be another column group. So empty column groups. So yeah, sometimes you only want to apply an attribute on the third and the fourth attribute. So you're still going to create a column group for the first three, and you're going to do that because you want to change the next two. So you won't have to include any style for this one, but then you still need to specify it so that you can include a style for the next one. Okay, so you can hide columns by saying visibility collapse, right? So we have a core group that spans three, and that's Monday, Tuesday, so Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. We've set the visibility to collapse, which means that they aren't going to be visible. All right, so hide columns. Okay, I was getting sick of the tables, if I'm being honest. So I'm glad that we're done with that. But then the takeaway is that oftentimes you have you only need to know the most important stuff about how to define them, and then the rest you can just add them. The rest you can just reference them. Sorry. Yeah, so for the rest you can just reference them on the site. All right, so what I'm gonna do is as we've been doing this whole time, I'm gonna have to add the fifth page as well. So I'm going to copy this and paste, and it's going to be fifth.html, and then it's going to say fifth page. Right, and then I'm going to have to copy this. Wait, I'm going to have to copy this whole thing and include it in the fifth.html. So, and then the last one, I'm going to have to paste it everywhere else. So that's the fourth. Let me save that. Then the third. Yeah, so this gets repetitive sometimes. And then the second, because we have the nav bar, we're adding it manually to every single page. There are frameworks that can help us solve that, but then that's beyond the scope of this one. For now, I think what we have now is satisfactory. So if we go to the first page, yeah, now we have the fifth page as well. So on the fifth page, is missing the icon and it's missing the icon and the style sheets. All right, so I'm gonna go inside the head. All right, so that should fix our problem. All right, so on the fifth page, it looks uniform with the other pages. All right, so yeah. Another thing that we can do now that maybe it's because I zoomed in. Let me try zooming out. So this is how the page is going to look normal, but then everything looks bigger on mine because I'm zooming in, right? So that you guys can see a lot easier. So it's gonna look a lot more neat. If it's too small for you on the default page, you can always change the font size of these anchors. So you can increase the font size so that it looks better. Right? So you see that everything is a lot smaller the default. So you can always change the font size. You can change the font size of all the paragraphs. So you can go to your styles.css, right? And then you can have P and then say font size is like font size. You can increase the font size of everything to maybe 30 pixels. And then if we go back here, everything is a lot, all the paragraphs are a lot bigger. And then you can also increase the font size of these anchors, right? So the nav anchors, you could say dash nav anchor and increase the font size. Right? But then I'm not going to do that now because everything here is optimized for the zooming in. That makes it easier for you guys to see. All right. So now the next section that we have to do is the HTML lists. So that's what we're going to get into right now. All right, so next up after tables are lists. Sorry, I went to the wrong part. So what we have after tables are lists. We've already done all that. And with lists, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to the second page and I'm just going to have a comment that says start of list section. So I want this to be on top of the second page because this seems to be the more organized of the pages. So what I'm going to do is we're going to have a div, and then we're going to give it an ID of list section. So that's what I'm going to do. Close there, and then just like we've been doing this whole time, we're going to have an h2 and we're going to say list section. All right. So inside here, I'm going to have another div, and I'm going to have another div, and this div I'm going to call it. What I'm going to demonstrate here is the first type of list, which are the unordered HTML lists. In unordered HTML lists, use the UL attribute. So you say UL, that means the list is starting, and the other part is the end of the list. And for each list element, you use LI. So you can say, like in the example, you say coffee, that's the first element, and then you can say tea is the second element, and then milk is the third element, right? So here I'm going to have an H4, and inside the H4 I'm going to say an ordered list, right? So when you save that and go to a second page, you see that this is an ordered list, right? Next up, we have an ordered HTML list. So it'll be the same format. We're going to have a div to separate everything. So the ordered list has its own div with the elements inside, and then the ordered list will have its own list with elements inside again. And this would be known as the ordered list. Okay, the title is ordered list. The difference is only here. Instead of UL, you use OL. So OL. When you save that, you see that you get, this has to be inside an LI, so milk. If you do that, you're going to get your ordered list. Right. So the difference between ordered list and unordered list is an ordered list, the default is bullets, whereas ordered lists are ordered, right? So it orders them in numbers. The next thing that we're going to do is the description lists. So this is a bit different from the other lists. I'm going to copy this div, add some spaces, and here we're going to call this description list. Now the difference between description lists and the other lists is, well, let's look at the similarities first. Instead of OL or UL, you use DL, and then this is DL. And instead of LI, you use DT. So this is DT, this is DT, right? Instead of LI, so everywhere that has LI, we'll make them DT. That's the description list. The difference is that with a description list, you also have the description. So DT is like the name of the element, and then you have DD, which is like a tiny description. So below the name of the element, you put the description. Below the name of the element milk, we'll put the description as well, right? So for tea, well, this is for milk, and then for tea, you can say, we're just gonna say another hot beverage or something. if that's the spelling of beverage. Okay, and you see that with a description list, you have the name of the element and then the description, the name and then a tiny description, the name and the tiny description. And you have to note that usually you rarely have to use these like description lists. You can use them if you want, but then you can also be flexible. You could use like some sort of header, and this could be a paragraph that you've added some margin to the left of. But then it's always helpful to know this. Okay, and I think that's everything on the lists. The next thing we're going to look at the lists specifically. Now, what I want to do with this page is you can see that the list section is going to get longer and longer. So what I want is I want the lists to be side by side. I want an ordered list to be on the left, the ordered list to be in the middle, and then the description lists to be on the other side. And to do that, in HTML, you have we're going to grab this ID, the list section ID. So we're going to come here and we're going to say hash lists section. And in HTML, in CSS rather, you have an attribute called display flex. So what that does is instead of the default behavior where you have this and then the other thing comes at the bottom, it displays the items side by side. So I'm going to save this and you see that everything is displayed side by side. I'm getting some weird behavior and I think oh, it's because it's because of the H2. It's like this element is to the left, this element comes next here, and then the ordered list element comes here and the description list comes here. But then we don't want the H2 to be separated. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put another div, and then I want these three divs, Control X inside this div, right? And that's the div that will give an ID of lists. So this is list section. We can say ID is equal to more on list or something. More on lists, if that even makes sense. So instead of selecting the list section, we're going to select the more on lists, right? So I did that because I want the title to be at the top and then I want the list to be side by side, right? And here you have an attribute called justify items, and you can say space, right? So it's justify content rather, and then I'm going to say space between. So this simply changes the behavior of these elements. You have a few like space between will add spaces between the elements, and then you can say like space around, that will add space on the sides of the elements, so this will look different. And then you have things like flex start, which means everything is going to be at the start, so they're all going to go to the left, and if you say flex end, they're all going to go to the right. But then for the most part, we're going to use space between because we want there to be space between the elements. So yeah, we have the unordered list element on the left, the ordered list element in the middle, and the description list element on the right. All right, now uh, on the list section itself, we say style is equal to background color. So we're gonna make the background color teal. All right. As you can see, I keep combining HTML and CSS because they go together, right? HTML is the content and CSS is the sort of like the decorations, the styling. But yeah, we have our lists. So let's go on to the next section. All right, we've done all this. And here we're looking specifically at ordered lists. I feel like I missed a section because yeah, an ordered list is supposed to come first. Okay. So yeah, with an unordered list, you can have a style on the unordered list. So for example, here, if you say style, list style type, So this is our CSS. There's a CSS property called list style type, and you can specify what you want. So if you say disk, nothing is going to change because that's the default one. So you can change it to circle. So let's change it to circle, and you see that when we go to a web page, these have changed to circles. We can change it to square, or we can say none, which means we won't have anything there. It'll just be empty. So for now, I think I'm going to leave it at square. And yep. So that's one attribute that we can change. And here they're talking about HTML nested lists, and the idea is you can have a list inside another list. So for example, here under T, within this list of T, we can have another list inside this. So I'm just gonna create it, UL, and then list item. What are the types of T? You can have black T, and you also have green T, right? So if you save that, we go here. Okay, so I didn't make this a list item, so I have to do that now. List item, and then the green T goes inside that. All right, so that's what we have. And if you go to the web page, now you see that the lists are nested inside each other. Under green T, you could have another list, then a list item. You could say slightly green tea or something, slightly green, and then I'm gonna delete this so I don't really care about the very green, the spelling. So you see that you can have lists inside lists inside lists. So I'm gonna delete this and I'll keep this. Okay, so horizontal list with CSS, and here the idea is you can change your list from vertical, which is the default, to horizontal to make something like this, and you have to use a lot of CSS properties there. And this is similar to what we did with our navigation, right? With our navigation part, except I just used a bunch of links. But then here they used lists and then the links inside the list, and then they updated a bunch of attributes on the list. So this is more CSS than HTML, so I'm not going to go into it, but I can simply describe what they're doing. So let's go to the try it yourself editor. So what they did is, first of all, they made the list display block. They changed the color to white. They aligned the thing center. They changed what happens when you hover above it, and text decoration is none because this is for the anchor tag, right? Because if we remove this, remember, if we remove this and we say the default behavior of an A tag is 8, right? So what they're doing here is this simply means that an A tag inside the list. So there's no comma because that would be list and the A tag, but this simply means that the A tag inside the list in case you have other anchor tags on your page. So they're like specifying only the anchor tags that are inside the list. But since we don't have any, I'm pretty sure this would behave the same way. So even if we were to remove that, it still works the same way because those are the only anchor tags. So text decoration none. This is changing the background color when we hover, and yeah, so that's pretty much it. They're making it float to the left so that the elements are going more to the left. This changes the background color for the whole list, and list style type none because without this we run the default behavior of a list is it has bullets, but then I'm not sure what that does here. I guess we can see that here it's not changing anything because of the other attributes. So yeah, here they're just trying to say that you can change your lists from a vertical list to a horizontal list, and then you have to use a bunch of CSS attributes, which we'll look into later. An example that you can use is just look at what we did for the navigation. So it's something similar to that, right? So now we're ordered lists, just like the unordered list. You can change the type of list for an ordered list. The only difference is with the ordered list, instead of list style type, they just say type. So you can say type is equal to, for example, A. That means that it'll be an alphabetical list. The default behavior is 1, 2, 3. Then if we make it A, B, C, you can do it this way. Lowercase a, we'll make it lowercase a, b, c. So those are some of the things you can do. Yeah, so this is simply describing what we just said. You can specify I for Roman numerals and all that. You can specify where the lists start from. So if it's an ordinary list, for example, you say start 50, it means the counting will start from 50. So I keep doing that. Instead of 1, 2, 3, it starts from 50. So yeah, I don't think I'd rather have the type attribute there. And just like with ordered lists, you can also nest the unordered list. So under T, we can have another ordered list, and you see that. So I'm going to change the type so that it's the same. You see that they're trying. The type is changing. Coffee, tea, black tea, green tea. So what we can do for this one is we can say type is equal to A, because we don't want them to look the same, right? 1, 2, and then we want it to be A, B. So we could do something like that. So yeah, that's how your lists work, right? What else? All in all, though, you don't have to memorize most of these things. Like I said, you just need to know that you can always come back to the website and reference things. All right. So the next thing that we're discussing is block and inline elements. So block and inline elements. Every HTML element has a default display value depending on what type of element it is. There are two types of display values. They're block and inline. Block level elements always start on a new line, and the browsers automatically add space. It always takes up the full width. It always starts to the left and goes to the right. And the two most commonly used ones are p and div. So for this, I'm gonna go. Where am I gonna go? Okay, just below the navigation. So I'm just gonna say other stuff, anyways. I'm not even sure if I need to. Okay, we might demonstrate it regardless. So the idea is that a div is a block level element because it takes up the full width that is available. It always starts with a new line, so or a p tag. So let's use, okay, we're gonna have a div and let's use a p, and let's say here we go, right? And then we're gonna have some styles here. We're gonna say border 1px solid red, for example. If you go here, you see that this p tag takes up all the available space. If we have another element, it's going to start on a new line because the p tag takes up the entire line and stuff like that. So I'm going to have another p tag that's going to say here we go again. This time around, this p tag starts on a new line, right? Alright, so we can differentiate that from inline elements. I'm going to describe this later. Inline elements do not start on a new line. An inline element only takes up as much width as necessary. For example, a span element inside a paragraph. Alright, so we looked at the formatting elements like the strong, the EM, and an example of an element that you can use to format things is span. So the difference between span and all the others, like all the others here, is that these ones have a default behavior, right? This makes the text bold, this italicizes it, but then a span doesn't have a default behavior. So we could say, let's say we have a paragraph and we say, okay, we're just gonna use the same second paragraph. Here we go again. Span. Here we go again. Prepare to meet your end. Something like that. Okay, we're gonna save, and you see that when you go back to the top, prepare to meet your end doesn't look any different from here to we go again. What you can use the span for is, let's say you want to edit a certain part in a certain way. So we're gonna put a style here, and it's just an element that you can use to cover up text so that you can edit it in some way. You could change, for example, the font weight. This is a CSS attribute. I hope I used this before. And we can make it bold, which means that every right font weight bold. We could have text decoration, and then e wait. What are the values for text decoration? We could say underline. So that's one of the advantages of using VS Code is if you press Control Enter, it shows you some of the values that you can add there. So, and the last thing that we're going to do with the span is this is why I don't like. This is why inline CSS is bad. It gets confusing. As we're gonna put a border. We'll say 1px solid red as well. And let's see what the result is. You see that the inline element only covers the available space. Actually, what I'm going to do is I'm going to change it to blue, right? It only covers the available space. It doesn't take up more than it needs to. Whereas block level elements would take up all the space they can get. If we go in the paragraph that covers the span and we say style border 1px solid red, what you see is that this this paragraph covers all the space you can get, but then the span only covers the space that is available, right? And these are examples of other inline elements. So I'm going to just demonstrate this behavior with, if we take an anchor tag and we say hash means, hash is just the default value, which means nothing. So let's say hello, or I'm going to say link to Google, something. Then let's have another anchor tag, another anchor tag, and I say link to Facebook and link to Twitter or X now. What you see is that when you go on the web page, this stuff is going side by side, and the reason for that is the inline elements are only covering the space that they can get. So if we were to put borders, you see that this is going to end here, this is going to end here, and this is going to end here. So those are inline elements. They, number one, take up only the space that covers them, and number two is they don't take up the entire line. Wait, I feel like that's the same thing. What else? If we compare it to block level elements, oh yeah, compared to block level elements is that block level elements also have a margin added automatically. That's why if we look at these p tags, automatically there is some space between this p tag and this p tag, whereas these guys are boxed in. So that's the difference. So I'm gonna go here temporarily and I'm gonna say border 1px solid red, and the same behavior is displayed with like so these ones have borders. You see that it's only taking up that space. The same behavior you see with images where they're side by side, they're only taking up as much space as they can get. And so those are the examples of inline elements. The BR tags, the buttons, the code, if you remember this, and the formatting elements. Select text area. Some of these are to do with input forms, so we will look at them later. EM label. So basically anything that isn't a div, a paragraph. Some of the block level elements, on the other hand, the address that we looked at, the definition lists, aside, canvas, fig caption, figure, so section. So these are just some of the elements. You don't need to know all of them as of right now. Video for adding videos. Right. So I guess out of all these, the interesting one that I'm going to mention is the section one. Most of these like section and footer. Where's footer? Footer was somewhere here. Right. Article, footer, aside, and section. They don't really have a meaning. It's more like they're like divs that you use just because of where they are located. So for example, like this is a navigation section, right? Yeah, that's the navigation section, or rather this is the section for inline versus block level elements. This is a section for lists. The other one, there's a section for formatting elements. So what you can do is, instead of calling it a div, right? Instead of calling this guy a div, where does it end? Ends all the way down there. What we could do is we can call this a section instead. Call that a section, and we can call this a section. So that's the list section. And then we do the same thing for this. Make this a section, and we make this a section again. The reason why I'm not just formatting all divs is that there are others that we don't want to change into sections. So we make this a section, and lastly, this guy, I'm collapsing them so that I can identify where they're ending and edit them easier. Section and section. And you see that the behavior of the page is pretty much the same. Nothing has changed. Everything is the same. So you can use section for something that's just a section. If you have an article, you can use the article tag. If something is on the left, let's say on the other side on the side of the page, you can use the aside a tag, but then they behave in the same way as a div. So even if you have a bunch of divs only on your page, you should be fine. So that's the main difference. In case you're wondering why, when we use so I'm gonna call this inline versus block level elements, right? In case you're wondering why, when you use an h1 and say or an h2, because that's what we've been doing this whole time. Every section we have an h2 and we say inline versus block section. In case you're wondering why, when you use an h2, you get space below it, but then when you use an image or an anchor tag, everything else starts on the next line. And the reason for that is the h1s, the paragraphs, the divs are block level elements, and everything else pretty much are inline level elements. So we can change this to a section as well. We're basically saying, okay, these are the different sections of our web page, but it behaves the same as a div, as I've already said. Keep repeating myself, but I'm trying to make that stick. Okay, so yeah, what else? And as we've been doing with other sections, we can give it an ID and say inline block section or something, and then we'll give it a style and say background color. Let's make it yellow, and I'm noticing that I am putting it outside the quotes as well. So yeah, that's what you get. So that's about the inline versus block level elements. The reason why I'm covering everything on the W3C website is that it makes it easier to reference. So sometimes, like, there was a time I was trying to make a website and I didn't know, I knew what HTML was, but then I didn't know how to put the fav icon. But then if I had gone through this and looked at all the sections, I would have known that, okay, this is how we do this is how we do that. And I wouldn't need to start searching. I didn't even know that you had to change the fav icon and you could do it. So, and it was that simple. So this is one of the reasons why. Okay, so HTML class attribute is used to specify a class with an HTML element. So we've already looked at this. Use the class attribute to identify a certain block of code. So for example, if you give this span a class of node and this span a class of node, you can later go in your CSS and change everything with the class of node using dot node. So we've looked at this. There isn't any new information here that we haven't done already. Different elements can have the same class, and here this uses JavaScript, which we haven't looked at yet. I don't think it's important for now. Okay, IDs, the same thing. The difference between ID and class is you can only have one ID, right? Only one element can have an ID, whereas you can have different elements with the same class. So we've done this as well. Right, so the next section is HTML iframes, and an HTML iframe is used to display a web page within a web page. Right, so this is kind of weird, and this is one of those things that you don't really ever use. So they say you set the source, the URL, the title. So I'm going to take this example. I'm going to copy this, and I'm going to maintain the tradition here, and I'm going to say iframe start of iframe section. All right. So I guess we should also say start off here, in case this makes it easier for searching later. If you want to search where all the sections are starting, okay. And then we're going to have a section. I'm not going to give it an ID because we don't need it for anything. But inside here, we're going to paste the iframe. So, for example, they say that you can use an iframe to paste a web page within another web page. So, for example, I can take this W3C school website and I'll paste it here. Okay. The reason why they say HTML is when you're saving your HTML pages, you can save them as HTML or HTM. It's all the same, but it's better just to save it as HTML. No reason to be weird. Okay, so you have the source, which is the link, the height, the width, and the title. So if I save that and they go to a web page, refuse to connect. Okay, maybe because it's an external web page. Let's try, what web page can we do? Can I do Argos? This website that I just found here. Okay. No, that's not working as well. Right, but what we can do is we can add. I haven't tried this myself. But what we can do is we can add one of our pages. So if I say index.html here and save, you see that the index.html web page is within this iframe. So it's like we're adding a web page within another web page. The width here is 200, so we can change that to, like, let's say if we change the width to 400, you see that it gets bigger. We change the height to like 600, it's going to get bigger. So in case you ever need to do something like this, where you want to have a web page within another web page, you can use your iframes. So yeah. So what I'm going to do is with the iframes, I'm gonna give it an h2 and I'm gonna say iframe section, and then style, background color. Which one should I choose? Okay, I choose that, right? Just to like show that, okay, these are different sections, and why is it overflowing towards the, it's overflowing to the inline versus block section, right? Oh, no, sorry, I was getting confused because the iframe is so long. Yeah, so this is the iframe, and then this is the inline versus block section, and yeah, so that's how you can use iframes if you ever need to do something weird like that. I don't know what other uses for iframes are, so maybe let me check here. Uses of okay, what are iframes used for? We're googling this together now. Okay, so like for advertisements, embedded videos. Oh yeah, sorry, I forgot that you can use them for. So let's say you want to have a YouTube video embedded into your, of course the video tag will also allow you to do that, but yeah, you can use it for stuff like that. So let's say you want to add a certain page to your web page, which is just repetitive. But okay, you can always, like I said before, you can always search these things in more depth to see where you can use them. All right, you can add the style attributes. So there are two ways of doing it. You can either do the width and height like this, just like with images. You can either add the width and height here, or you can do them within the style tag. You can remove the border, so you can say style border none if you want. You can change the border style. Okay. Right, so here they're saying target for a link. let's see, target iframe A. Okay, so here what they're saying is if we click on this, it'll take us to, I think what they're saying is if you click on this link, it'll take you to this iframe. And which part of the iframe it's going to take, I don't think I'm getting this. Oh, okay, so I took like 10 seconds to assess this. Alright, so normally if you didn't have the iframe, if you didn't have this, right, if you just had the normal link, what would happen is it would just take you to the W3cschools website, right? So if we run this and we click on the, where's the little link? href. Okay, if we close this and say click, we run, and when you click on this, it's going to take you to the website, right? It just takes you to the website. But if you specify the target, what it's going to do is it's going to take you to this iframe that displays that website. So instead of taking you to the website, it will take you to the iframe that is displaying the website. So basically, that's what it's doing there. Like instead of changing the web page, it'll just display that web page on the iframe that you've created at the very top. All right, HTML, JavaScript. All right, so how much JavaScript are they doing in here? Okay, they're doing a little bit, so I guess this doesn't. Okay, so we've looked at HTML and we've looked at CSS. JavaScript is something that is used to add interactivity to your web page, right? So let's say you want to be able to click on a button, and when you click on that button, some number is going to change from 0 to 1. When you click on it again, it's going to become 2, 3. So like a counter. How do you do that? You do that with JavaScript. And in this page, they're simply saying that to add JavaScript to your web page, you can do it the same way that you do with CSS. So with CSS, you have the style tag. With JavaScript, you use the script tag. So if you ever see a script tag within your HTML page, just know that that script tag is for JavaScript, right? So what are some of the IDs that we've used here? ID inline block section. No, this won't work. Okay. Okay, this example is simply changing the inner HTML of some element. So let's give this like an ID of iframe title just to demonstrate. So you can use JavaScript to change the inner HTML of that element. And the convention is usually to use dashes here. So it's C case. And if I paste this in here and I save and I go here, my web page, you see that yeah, that hasn't changed. Inner HTML. Right. So the reason why that wasn't working is because the script was before the element. So all I had to do was change, unlike the style tag, with the script tag, you can add it towards the end of your web page. So this is recommended usually. This is like the recommended practice. Even though you can add it in the title, you can also add it here. Because what was happening is it was changing the inner HTML, and then when the page rendered, the page was changing it back. So you see that the title here has changed to Hello JavaScript. So with JavaScript, you can do it, but you can use it to like have to you can use it to manipulate a lot of things. So like it's like the verbs of your web page basically. Section with JS. I'm just gonna change this to iframe section with JS. So that JavaScript is changing this. So I just wanted, the main idea here is you should know how you can add JavaScript, but then you can always learn JavaScript at a different time, you know. So you can use it. You can also change things like the font size, the color, the background color, but that's beyond the scope of this. Okay, so next, the rest you can always read, but then it's not very important. Okay, so file paths, HTML file paths, absolute file paths. So like this is mostly to do with like the images, right? You notice that when we want to add an image, that's on a different page. Or with the links, an image that's on a different page, you have to put the whole path name for that image. So for example, if this image is on this website, you have to include https blah 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 blah. But then if the image is on our own website, you use a relative link. So in this case, you have to follow the file path. Index.html is here, right? So to get to images, you have to go into the images folder and then the downloads.jpg. If downloads.jpg was in the main folder and not in the images folder, we wouldn't need to put the images right here, right there. We'll just say downloads.jpg. So I explained that. And the same thing with the links here. Second.html, third.html, fourth, and fifth are in the same folder. But then if fifth was in a different folder, let's say we had a folder known as other pages, and inside this folder was the fifth file. It means that to reference this fifth file, would have to say other pages slash fifth. So the idea here is when you're referencing elements, just know where those, or resources rather, just know where those resources are. So yeah, right now I'm pretty sure right now we're done with most of the important stuff to do with the actual programming, and this is just sort of like extra information that you can know. So the head element, in the head element, you use it to store your metadata, your title, your links. So that's all they're saying there. And I already described that. So meta element is typically used to specify the character set. Like here the character set is UTF-8. You don't need to know this because it's basically repeated. You can also have meta for keywords or a description. So for example, this description can be important sometimes because like the description is usually displayed below HTML. So I'm just gonna say HTML tutorial with JavaScript. So this is like some extra information about the website. So let's say you want to share you've created a website and you want to share that link. Usually when you hover over it, like let's say you've shared the website on WhatsApp, it's that little information that shows like it displays a little box with the name of the website, and below it displays the description sometimes. So I don't know if you get what I'm saying, but even if that's not the case, you can use the description just to add more information. You don't hurt your web page to add it. And apart from that, you have links to style sheets. You can have links to style sheets as well. Okay, here they're talking about setting the viewpoint. Right, so you can use the meta viewport property to set the way that the web page is going to be displayed depending on the size of your user screen, right? Here when I'm using VS Code, it already brings that for me. So the idea is it just helps, this attribute just helps scale the page. So yeah, that's just some extra information in case something isn't working, isn't scaling well sometime. You can always check that. Okay, right, so the rest of that you can just read anyways. Okay, so this is about layouts, and this is what I was talking about. So let's say you have a web page like this. Okay, the question becomes how can you create a web page like this, right? So I think we can create another file. We're going to call it 6.html, right? And here we're going to do that. And typically, when you're creating your web page, you have different. Let's say this is the website that you want to have. So you can use different types of layout elements just to specify. So you could have a header, a nav. This could be a section. This could be an article. This could be a side. In principle, okay, so headers defines the header for a document or a section. Nav, navigation. Section defines a section. Article defines an. All these, in principle, could just be divs. You could have a div. This could be a div. This could be a div. This could be a div, a div, a div, and a div. But just to like add some semantics to your web page or to make it easily readable, you could separate the stuff. So you could have a header, a nav, right? So if I go to the index page, for example, here where we have the navigation, right? So I'm going to go to the first page. Instead of calling it div, you could just call it nav. It won't change the appearance of anything, but it just makes it easier for somebody who's looking at your page to maneuver the page. So you see that the behavior is the same. So we can do that on the second page as well. Instead of the nav, instead of the div for navigation, you can call this a nav. The same thing that we did with the second page. Instead of having a div for the formatting section, the inline block section, we used section. So if you have an article, you can use article. And footer, typically in websites, you have a part below. You have like a little footer that says something like copyright something something something. Okay, so first I'm going to check what comes after this. All right, and then we're going to, for example, so I created this sixth page, and the idea is I wanted to demonstrate that for a website like this, the top part, you could call it a section. So it could be the cities section, right? So in here we just have an H2 that says cities, right? Or I think yeah, we just have a web page that says cities, and then here you could have a div for this section. Within this div on the left side, since this is apart from everything else, you can call it a side, and on their side you have a bunch of links. So let's say we can create an unordered list of links, right? Because if we just put the links, they're going to be side by side, right? And what I mean is like if I just say A, London, Paris, Tokyo, since they're inline elements, they're going to be side by side. So we can create an ordered list, and then this is going to be London, the next one is going to be Paris, right? And then Tokyo. What I want to stress is you could still call these divs, you could still make them divs, but then we're going to make them a side because we choose to. And then this side, we can call it a section because it's like the stuff that's the main stuff on our web page. Or you could even call it something like main because it's the main content. And then inside here you have an H6, let's say London, and then you have two paragraphs. So you can say London is the lorem, because I'm not going to type all that. Then we go back, and then we have another paragraph that says standing on the lorem, right? So this is our website, and then below here you can have a footer. So instead of another div, you can just say footer, and then in footer we're gonna say we can have like we could use small, I guess. This is just small text, and then you could say add copyright something something. Let's say and copy. I think this is the sign to have the copyright sign. Use this 2022, and then you can say w3cschools tutorial stuff, right? Stuff. Okay, and this is our web page. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go in the index and I'm going to create a sixth element and I'm going to call this sixth, right? Sixth.html. Right, so I'm going to save that. I'm going to go here. When we click on, okay, so let's call this sixth page. And like I said, your website isn't going to look like this. Mine looks weird because I'm zoomed in. Then if I zoom out, it's gonna look something like that. So I'm gonna zoom in again. I hope I haven't zoomed in too much. Zoom out, sorry. Okay. So if you click on the sixth page, this is what you have, right? And then the rest of the stuff is app2 CSS. So you can use your CSS to edit the format. So you could, what you could do is, for example, in the section, so we'll have a style tag here. And then in the section of cities, we could say background color. Oh, sorry. So I'm gonna say I'm gonna give it an ID of, actually instead of section, we could make this the header, right? Because it's the main content of the page. And then here we're gonna say for the header, what we want is a background color of gray, right? So let's save this, we go back here. Now we see that the background color is gray. And now for the text, let's make the color white, right? So we come back here and the text, the color is white. And then we want this in the center. So we're going to say text align center. So we want the text in the center. And we want to add some, okay. So I'm going to put a border and I'm going to say 1px solid red because I'm trying to put, I just want to revise the, right. So you see that now everything looks better here. Right, so let's save this. The moment I put the border, for some reason it's adding extra padding. But typically what I was going to do is I was going to say padding top 20 pixels and save, and then padding bottom 20 pixels, right? Padding is the space between the border and the element. And now you see that it looks more like this, right? Or what we could do is, I think 20 is too much, 15 pixels. So that's how you would make your web page, right? 15 pixels. And there you go. You have that top section. Next, we want this section, right? The text London is too small, which means H6 is too little, so we can make it an H4. Okay, at least that's decent. Let's make it an H3 for now. So like I'm trying to show you how you could edit the page. On the left side, we have links. Right, so what I messed up is I didn't make these links. So this is supposed to be a link, and inside the link, we're gonna have the text London. This is going to be another link, right? Another link, and inside the link, we're gonna have the text Paris. This is going to be another link, and inside the link, we're gonna have the text Tokyo, right? So we're gonna put that there. And when we save and go back here, all right, that's what we wanted. So what we're gonna do is, in this div, what I'm going to do is I'm going to give it an ID of middle section. As a matter of fact, I could make this a section instead of a div because, yeah, I think instead of a div, let's make this, I'm going to call here to collapse it. We'll make this a section. And then we'll make this a section as well. And then the middle section. I think the way the website works is when you click on London, it displays information about London. When you click on Paris, it displays information about Paris. When you click on Tokyo, it displays information about Tokyo. So we can expand this. So, right, this is what we have, and then we're going to use that property that I talked about earlier. So we're going to come here and we're going to say hashtag middle section, and we're going to say display flex, right? Which means that all the elements inside the middle section are going to be side by side. So we have this London and we have this. Okay, what's the problem here? The problem is the footer is inside that section. That's not correct. It's supposed to be outside. So now it's just the London and the and that part. And then we're gonna say for the aside, what we can do is for the aside background color, it's gonna be light gray. Okay, light gray. Typically, you'd have to use, excuse me, you'd have to use like color codes, right? Hex color codes, but this is fine because the colors used here are simple. And then that's the middle section, and then the main section. So you can't be strict on the names. We're just gonna add a margin. Wait, no, this isn't going to work. Is this gonna work? 20 pixels. Yeah, okay, but then the problem with this is the text has moved too far to the left, so let's make it padding because it's the space between the border and the elements. For padding left, 20 pixels, let's make it 10. Right, so this is what we get. And then with the H3, we only have one H3, so I can just say H3, text align, center. Right, so this is looking more and more like this now. And as you can see, and then what next? This guy, we want this to slide down a bit. So the aside, we can have padding top. Padding top can make it, let's say, 20 pixels. Sorry, what did I do? Okay, 20 pixels. Right, and then we're also going to have padding left of, let's say, 10 pixels. No, sorry, not padding left, padding right. We want to have some space between the elements and the border. So with the padding top, let's make it 50 because we want it more centralized, right? Okay, so that's how we're doing this. And then what else? These are blue. They only appear, I think we can leave that, but then we want to get rid of the bullets, so we can say, remember, how do we do that with an ordered list? With an ordered list, we say UL list style type. We've looked at this, right? And then we'll make it none, which means now the bullets are going to disappear. And now I feel like right, padding right should be 15. Okay, so I guess this is what we want. The only thing remaining now is the footer. So with the footer, we want a similar thing. So we want to make it gray like the header. So what I could do is header, comma, footer, right? Then the footer is going to become right. So yeah. So I guess this is good enough. We're applying the same properties of the header and the footer, and now that's how you get your web page. We just have different names for the elements, and also we can make it more compact, so we can remove some text here. We can remove some text here, save it, and yeah, it's fitting within that small square. What I don't like though is the padding top. I feel like 15 is too much, so let's make it 12 and 12 here. And yeah, that's how you get your website. So here we're using those formatting elements like the aside, the section, The article, if you had an article about something, you would use the article. So let's say, right, so the flex box is what I just described. So if you had an article that was describing something, you would use the article tag. So basically, these are all interchangeable with div. You only use them to try and give your page some meaning, but then they're not necessary, right? To make it readable, in other words, because if you just have a bunch of divs everywhere, like you have divs in the nav, div in the footer, divs in the header, it's harder to read, right? So responsive web design is about creating web pages that look good on all devices. A responsive website. Okay, so here the idea is, let's take our little. Okay, responsive web design is about making something look good on all devices, right? So for this one, on large screens, it's going to look fine. On medium screens, it's going to look fine. But then when you shrink, once you start shrinking, you see that this section is kind of a bit too small and this section is kind of a bit too small. So with responsive web design, what you can do is you can change the behavior based on the website. So for example, even the W3cschools website, you see that when it's expanded, the navigation is to the left like this. But then the moment we make the website smaller, we only get this hamburger menu that allows us to access the navigation. So with responsive web design, what we could do is we could put this element on top of this element if, right? If we could put this on top of this once the screen gets smaller. So that's what's to do with responsive web design. It's about changing the look of your website based on the screen size. Right, so we already looked at this. Okay, so for example, on the image, you can use a width element of 100% just so uh, it looks the same on all devices. Let's say a background image. If you specify the size in pixels, it's going to look different based on the web page. So for example here, some images are fine to display in pixels. Like these images, there's no problem displaying them in pixels. But then if it was a background image, for example, you could express it in terms of percentage. So you can say you want it to be 80% or 100%, or what we're doing with the tables, right? We're making them a percentage. These are all 100% of the page. So which means that when on smaller screens, they're going to look like this. On larger screens, they still fill the entire size of the page. But then if we made them 80 pixels or 100 pixels, it means that the size remains the same on all devices. So percentages are one of the things that you can use to improve the responsiveness of your website. Okay, and remember we used the picture element. We already did this example where like the image that is being displayed is changing depending on the size of your web page. So for example, at the largest sizes, these ones is being displayed. Then when you go below 600 pixels, the small flower is being displayed. When you go above, and that's using the media query. Media max width 600 pixels means that anything below 600 pixels, this image. And then when you go above that, since anything below 1500 pixels is being set to this image, so anything above that is going to display this image. Unless you have a screen that's larger than 1500 pixels. So you're gonna get something else. So yeah, that's how that works. And here we're only on 1400 something. If we were able to expand it further, maybe would get a different image. So that's about responsive web design in terms of pictures. You rarely need to do it like that though. Actually, yeah, I have used that in some cases. So responsive text. Okay, you can also use the view width Attribute. So normally the default values that we're using are fine, but then sometimes if you really want your text to change depending on the size of the screen, you can use something known as view width. Right, so I'm just going to explain that for a little while. Normally we use pixels, but then there are other elements that you can use known as EMs or REMs, and these ones are more dynamic depending on the size of the screen, and one of those things is view width. So every screen has a view width of 100, which means if you set something to 10, view width is like 10%, right? If you set it to 50, view width is like 50% of the screen. 20 view width is 20% of the screen. The same thing with height. You also have something as view height. So if it's 14 view height, it's like 14% of the total height of the screen. That way, your elements will look differently depending on the web page. So for example, here you see that this page, right? This H1 is 10 view width, which means that on these screens, this is how it's going to look. But then when the screen gets smaller, you see that it's scaling down as well. It's scaling down, it's scaling down. So you might want to use this for other properties. But then here the problem is once the screen gets too small, the text is also becoming a bit too small. And when the screen gets large, the text is also becoming too large. So there are drawbacks. There are drawbacks to that. Wait. But this isn't 10%. View width, okay. What if we make it 100 view width and run? Okay, so I guess I was wrong on that. Wait, 20 view width. Right, the paragraph is 5 view width, 5 view width. Okay, so maybe 10 view width will set the size to 10% of the viewport width. Yeah, so it's 10%. Right, the way that translates, maybe this is a bit hard for me to comprehend at the moment, but yeah. So basically, if it looks like this on a large screen, it's gonna look differently on a smaller screen. So be careful though how you use those, because like I've said before, sometimes things get awkward when the screen is too large or the screen is too small. Pixels are fine, but then in some cases you may need to use view width or view height. Okay, the next thing is media query. And media queries are used to change the behavior of something. Uh, okay, so this is, I feel like now we're getting a bit into too much CSS, so I don't know if I should describe this. But then, okay, what's happening here is we have this div called left, we have another div called main, this guy, and another div called right, right? All these divs are, the width is 20%. So the width of all these things is 20% by default. This is 60% and this is 20%, right? So by default, this is the default behavior, which is why when the screen is large enough, this one takes up 20%, this takes up 60%, and this takes up 20%. So with media queries, what you do is you say that at media and screen and this is the format. So you can just memorize this. At media, screen and max width 800 pixels, left, main, and right are 800%, 100%, which means once the screen gets below 800 pixels, and you see here, right here, it's displaying the resolution. So everything was fine until the resolution goes below 800. You see, now the elements are 100%. So there are different ways of doing that. With our example, so I'm just gonna copy this, and we're gonna try to use this on our web page, right? So on the 6th web page, remember that I said that sometimes you can do something like, right, so we're gonna go, okay, only the first page as the 6th page. When the screen is getting smaller, we might want this to stack on this, right? So we'll go to CSS here and we'll say and media screen. Here we don't have left, right, and center. But what we could do is what did we do? What we did is we changed the display of this section to, we said display flex, right? So remember that if we don't put display flex, what happens? If we remove this display flex, they're going to stack on top of each other, right? This is the default behavior. The default behavior is changing because we are setting display to flex. So what you could do is you could say that when the screen goes below 800 pixels, you could set the display black to, let's see, block. I think display block should be fine. Oh, sorry. So we need to select the element. For the middle section, so this is like a special CSS block for those sizes. For the middle section, when the width is below 800 pixels, the display, we're no longer going to use display flex, we're using display block. So we save that and you see that now that behavior is different, right? So this is just a simple example. And as the screen gets larger, you see that, but maybe 800 pixels is too. Usually what you do is you maintain the behavior until the part that's getting awkward. So this is what I'm going to do is I'm gonna do this Control Shift J because it allows me to see the width. So I think around 446 is where we want to do that. So here we're going to change this to 446 and we save, and yeah, that behavior only starts there, but then everything else, it's still going to be side by side until the screen gets this small. So that's how you can use okay, and not only that, we could also say that if the screen is below 446, the aside element, we want to add a padding bottom because you see that here it's looking awkward, right? Because the content is too close to the border. So we're going to add the padding bottom, which is the space between the inner elements and the border of, let's say, 30 pixels, right? So aside padding bottom 30 pixels. Why isn't this working? Okay, middle section display block. Aside padding bottom 30 pixels. Okay, so for some reason this just broke. Wait, how many pixels is this? Sorry. How many pixels is this? Maybe 400 is too. I think this is okay. I'm gonna use 600 just for the sake of making sure that everything's working. And then, okay, what did I change that? Everything was working here. Everything's working here. Okay, so aside, I think I forgot to delete something. I forgot to delete some text in there. Yeah, I think I left text like padding like that here, and I didn't delete it, so that's why. I noticed that when I was undoing. So that's how you use media queries. You can specify to change the behavior at certain screen sizes, right? So for example, in our website, we could say that at let's say at when the screen gets below this size, we don't want this to display anymore. So okay, so that's just going to be an example. The last example that I'm gonna use. So I want this behavior in all the web pages. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go in our default style.css. So I'm going to copy this for the syntax, style.css, and we want the nav, right? The nav, because the nav is what has all these links. I changed it to nav, so I'm going to put this media query, and I'm going to say that, okay, where do we want that behavior to start? This is, let's say from 300 pixels from this screen size, right? From 300 pixels, what we want is, we could say for the nav display is going to be none. So we don't want this. I hope this works. Display, yeah, which means that so typically that's how websites work, like display none. So at that size you won't have anything displayed, right? But then once the size gets large enough, and instead of that, what you do is let's see, hamburger menu icon, or hamburger menu. Yeah, okay, for now I'm just gonna use an icon. And okay, we're gonna save this image as, and we're gonna save it to our images, and I'm gonna say hamburger. This is known as the hamburger menu. Okay, so I feel like I'm trying to explain how all that stuff works, so excuse me if I'm explaining too much, but then there's no such thing, right? Okay, so what we would do is in our index.html, so I'm only going to change this in the first page, in the index. What I'm going to do is I'm going to have we have a nav, but then I'm also going to have an image, and the source is going to be images slash hamburger. Wait, images slash hamburger.png. Wait, it was showing me, yeah, hamburger.png, and this is a self-closing tag. Right, so let's go back to my web page, and this is the hamburger, and then I'm gonna say width. Let's say width is equal to 20 pixels. Remember, you can also use the style tag for this, and height is equal to 20 pixels. Right, 20 pixels. Right, so this is the behavior. And what you would do is you would do something like okay, this is gonna be hard. What you do is the default, by default you could say style. Okay, no. Okay, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna do it in the, I don't want to do it in the element, so I'm gonna say index. I'm gonna give this ID of, I'm gonna give this an ID to make it easier to edit. So I'm gonna say ID is equal to hamburger. Man, what I'm trying to do is I want it to change depending on the size. Hamburger. I'm just gonna call it hamburger. And then in the style we're gonna say hamburger hash hamburger display is none, right? So we don't want that to be visible by default. And then here I'm gonna say hash hamburger display, say block. All right, so what we've done here is by default the hamburger isn't going to be visible, but then when the screen goes below 300 pixels it's going to be visible. On the other hand, with the navbar, by default it will be visible, but when the screen gets below this it won't be visible. So this is when you get this type of effect where, like, on larger screens you can see the navigation on top. But then on smaller screens, the navigation disappears, and then you have this hamburger menu. So in order for it to work, usually that's where the JavaScript comes in. Like you set on click listeners, so you say that when I click on this, I want some navigation to appear on the right side. So we're gonna do JavaScript at some point, but then to enable that, you'd have to use JavaScript. So that's to do with media queries. I feel like I've explained this relatively well. Okay, so that's why we are saying that a responsive website should look good on large desktop screens and small mobile phones. So let's look at their example. So this is an example. This is how it looks on the large screen. On the smaller screen, they're doing what we did. So on the large screen, there's display flex. On the smaller screen, the display is going back to display block. So basically, what we just did. Right, so responsive web design frameworks. Right, so here with responsive web design frameworks, they're basically saying that you have some frameworks that exist, like libraries, that help you that make it easier to build responsiveness in mind. So you have some libraries like Bootstrap, Material UI, and what that does is instead of having to put media queries, the libraries are built knowing that you're going to need to change they're built keeping the accessibility in mind. So maybe you just need to add a class that makes sure that everything is streamlined on a smaller screen. It looks better on a smaller screen. So like with this library W3, I've never used this one, but then just by adding these classes, so I'm going to click on try it yourself. Basically what they're saying is W3 row padding. The idea is that you just add a few classes, and just by adding the classes, the website automatically becomes responsive. So that's one of the reasons why libraries are useful. But then for now, I think it's better to just stick to HTML and CSS until you're good enough to do that on your own with the HTML and CSS. Right, so that's about responsiveness. The next stuff is relatively, uh, this is just some notes, I guess, so we'll cover this really quickly before we end the video. Alright, so we're gonna go on with our tutorial, and we were here on computer code. So for this one, we're going to stop on here. The forms are going to be in a separate video unless I decide to attach it to this video, and then it's way long. Then this part should take us less than 15 minutes. Right. So HTML contains several elements for defining user input and computer code. So these are like the formatting elements where you can use them to display information in a certain way. So right, let's see, what do we have on 6th? We don't have much here, so I guess let's have a section and we'll call it, we have a section of, I feel like this is going to ruin the look of the page, but anyways, we have a section of this stuff. You don't have to know this, you really have to use them, but code will just make everything look like it's computer code. So if you save that and you run it, you go to your web page, you see that on the 6th page, this looks like computer code, right? This looks like computer input, so if you do that and paste it here, that's going to look like computer input. This is going to look like program data, so that's the SAM. So I'm going to paste everything, and then we will we'll go through it and see what it looks like. So that's the SAM, and then okay, that's computer code. If you remember, we used the pre to include the spaces. So this is the computer code with pre. And then you can use var for everything to look like it's a variable. So hopefully I'm going to remember all this when explaining. And then, yeah. So basically, this is our web page. Code will make everything look this way. KBD will make things look like computer inputs, so Control plus S. If you ever want something to look like this, if you want something to look like a message from the computer, that's when we use, was that the sample? Yeah, that's when you use the samp, file not found. Press F1 to continue. And if you want it to look like code without and the spaces, you embed it inside the pre-tags like we showed before with the paragraphs. And then here it'll make it look like variables. So if you use the var keyword, everything will look like variables. So London, I don't like this here actually. I feel like it's destroying the page. So I'm gonna cut this and I'm gonna go to the second page, and then at the very end I'm gonna have this here. And then we're gonna have a comment that says, is this code computer code? Well, I'm just gonna call it others. What are other semantic elements? So you have a semantic element clearly describes its meaning to both the browser and the developer. Examples of non-semantic elements. So for example, div is general and span is general. Like I said, span doesn't have a default behavior, and you can use this to edit things in a specific way that you want. So these ones are non-semantic because they're general. But then others like form, table, article, section, those are semantic elements. Article, aside, details, fake caption, figure, and these ones are used to make your pages more readable. But they're basically divs. So this is where you can use the section element in chapters, introduction, new items, contact information. So for example, in this web page has two sections. This is the first section, that's the second section, and then we have the article element. So forum posts, blog posts, user comments, product cards, newspaper articles. So for example, if you have something like this, currently you can use an article for this, an article for that, and an article for this, because they're articles on different things, but then it basically looks the same way as the section. So depending on how you want to read your code, you can choose whatever you want. Okay, let's look at this. Okay, with this, what do we have here? Article. We've given the articles classes so that we're able to change the CSS and stuff. So we've added some margin padding. I'm pretty sure with the knowledge that we have now, we can be able to create this. You just need to have 3 articles or 3 sections, whatever. You set the background color, you add some margin in between, some padding, or whatever you need to do. So we've already looked at that. And the header represents a container for introductory content. Right, so one or more heading elements, H1, logo, icon, authorship information. So for example, here they've included this in the header because it's the main title of the document, right? In our example, we included the part that said, that was page 6, right? The 6th page, this part with cities was the header. So yeah, this looks way better for this one. So yeah, footer, for example, you can use a footer to display the author at the end of the web page. You can use it for the copyright information, which is what it's typically used for. And then you have the nav for the top headers, aside for information that's on the side. So for example, wait. So it says some content aside from the content it is placed in, like a sidebar. Okay, the aside content should be indirectly related to the surrounding information. So for example, I had a great summer with my family. Yeah, so they've put this in an aside element. But then this isn't, like, this is a lazy use of it. Usually you reserve it for like side navs, like they've already stated there. Right? You don't want to be too strict with these. You don't. It's not like if you use an article, if you use a section instead of an article, you're not going to show anything. It just makes it more readable. So if you want to do that. And another thing is if you have an image with a caption, you can use the fig caption. So what you do is you have a figure. You're going to have a figure element, and then inside the figure element you have the image, and then the fig caption is the information that displays below the image. So we could basically do that for this guy, for one of our images. So we'll say the download.jpg is a plant, right? So okay, I want an image that's, so let's say we take this. Let's go to the second page because this is the one that we're destroying now. Go down here and we could say this. We could wrap it inside the figure, and then we'll put our image in there. Control X, Control V, and then down here we just add a fig caption. An amazing plant resting in the sun. Right, so we go here, just have to close all these windows. Right, and then if you go to the second page, we get this little plant with this caption. All right. Why semantic elements? A semantic web allows to be shared and reused across platforms, enterprises, and communities. For the most part, though, it's just to make it more readable. So yeah, time. We have a time tag. So you can also click on those links to check more information on that. Right. So for example, you could display the time inside the time tag from 10 to 2. I guess the advantage of doing that is mostly for the sake of screen readers. They'll be able to state it in a certain way because they know that you're talking about the time. So it helps, let's say, blind people. Right. Style guide. Always declare the document type. This is for HTML5, remember. Use lowercase. These are the stuff that we've said. Always use lowercase attributes, always quote attributes. Spaces and equal signs, so you can always read that. You can never skip the title element, omitting HTML and body. It's like there are some things that you can do. You can break the rules, but then it's good to follow nice programming practices. Right, so now we have the reserved characters. If you remember on the second page, on the sixth page rather, I did something. I included this copyright symbol. And the way I did that was by saying and copy. So there are some reserved words that you can use, and the only way to access them is by saying and something. So they have their keys. This displays the less than symbol. So if I were to go to our second page, and okay, so I think I'm gonna, let's just say start of more info section, and then style, background color. I'm gonna pick that one. All right, so yeah, that basically allows us to add some content. So if you go to this web page, second page, you see that we can access this less than symbol by using and lt. This is the greater than symbol. So we have a bunch of characters and what you need to do to include them. So these are the codes for them, and these are the numerical codes. So in case you ever need something that's not on the keyboard, you can always check this page. Symbols, the same thing applies for symbols. There are some symbols like the euro sign that you might not find on the web page. I mean that you may not find on a normal keyboard, so you can always use. These are the codes for them for using them. Okay, and then you have emojis. Let's try out this emoji. Let's see. Let's see if it's gonna appear. Emoji coming. Make it easier to access, and then you see that, yeah, now you have emoji there. So you can use codes for different emojis. All right. Wait, where was I? On my computer, when I press the Windows key and dot, I'm able to access emojis. If I were to add that manually, let's see if it's going to appear on the web page. Yeah. So you can also add them manually, but then if your keyboard doesn't allow you to do that, and also I guess the disadvantage of doing it this way is some systems might not be able to interpret it correctly. So you're better off using the symbols. Why is the love symbol the first one to appear? Nobody knows. Alright, so that's symbols and emojis. Sorry, I meant to say emojis. Right, so this is the character set. We use the UTF-8 character set. This is technical stuff. If you want to know what that means, you just have to read it. HTML encoding, we use UTF-8, there's ASCII, ANSI. This isn't important when you're designing your web pages. So you can read that if you just like to know things. So this is simply the URLs, so HTTPS something something. This is the URL for w3cschools. This is the URL that we're using for the page locally. And yeah, that's about URLs. Next, okay, so HTML versus XHTML. So they're saying XHTML is a stricter, more XML based version of HTML. Like I said, the main difference is with HTML, sometimes you can skip closing tags or whatever, and it won't flag you for that. You'll still be able to use the website correctly. Whereas XHTML tries to enforce the rules much more strictly. So these are some of the differences. This is mandatory. For example, in our second page, right? Since we're using HTML5, you can delete the doc type. And you see that nothing has changed. We don't get any warning or anything. Life is fine. Then, okay, then with XHTML, they say that elements must be closed properly and stuff. So the XHTML is another version of HTML. If you want to use it, what you need to do is to include this doc type instead. Instead of the standard doc type, you use this doc type. Normally though, we just use HTML5. There's no need to do that. Right, and when I save the page, now the page apparently is using XHTML. If I'm reading that correctly, even though I'm just perusing, sliding through. Yeah, but I guess the idea is that oh yeah, must specify the XML namespace for the document. So let's see what happens if I add all this. All right, nothing is changing. The website is basically the same. But okay, so basically these are rules involving XHTML. So how do I enforce that? I don't know how I can enforce that. Okay. All right, so that's that. On the XHTML part, I think this was like a standard that was, Because I remember when I was in school, they used to talk about this like a standard that they were trying to enforce. So I don't know if you can still use this anymore, but it was basically an idea of how to write HTML to make it strict so that errors are avoided, basically. But as far as I'm concerned, we don't need to worry about that, and everything is working just fine. So yeah, I think that we've covered everything that I wanted us to cover in this video. What's left is not much, so only the forms are the important stuff, and maybe video and audio. But at this point, I feel like if you've reached this far, you should be able to go down here on video and read that. Okay, you know what? Let's just do video and audio as the last thing, because everything else is like irrelevant for the purpose of this. So look at HTML media. You have sound, music, video, movies, animations. So if you want to add a video, all you have to do is specify the width and the height, much like iframes. So what we're gonna do is we'll maintain. Okay, so I made the mistake of adding this p tag inside the figure. Right. So to the video, this is basically the format. You paste this. This specifies the width and the height. Right now, our video isn't going to be visible because we don't have this source attribute, right? If we had a video file known as, should I? Shorts video file. Download. Man, but then I would have to go to YouTube and then. Yeah, but basically the idea is if you have a short video, so let's say we had a video and we named it movie. If it was typically what you would do is maybe you would have a folder called videos. If your web page hosted videos, and inside this videos folder, you would have a file, much like we did with the images folder, you would have a file called movie.mp4. And then, for example, here, they have it available on their website, and then you're able to play the video like that. If you remove this controls part and you run it, what's going to happen is the controls for playing the video are going to disappear. So always make sure you add this controls part. And this is the first type .mp4, and this is the fallback in case this one doesn't work. And if the video files don't work for your browser, it's going to display this message. So in the olden days, most browsers, for some browsers, videos didn't work, but then these days, I'm pretty sure the browser videos should be able to work for almost any browsers. Okay, you can adjust, you can increase the width and the height. So as you can see now, our video is bigger. So that's how you add video. And all right, we're on video. And the last thing is audio. With audio, you do the same thing. You say audio controls, you put the source of the audio, and then you can have multiple formats. So this could be like MP3, or with the video, you could have MP4, and then the next one could be MKV if the MP4 isn't loading, and so on and so forth. So the others are sort of like backups. So this is how you do that. This isn't going to work for us because we don't have any audio files. So if I go to my second page, it's just going to display the controls, but then the audio isn't going to play. But then if we go on the W3C website where they have the audio and we try it ourselves, you see that after pressing this, it's going to play some sound. So unless we were like right click, can I save this? Save audio as, okay, I guess this is the, yeah, I'm gonna save it. I've saved it in the image folder for now. So what I'm going to do is I'm gonna say images slash and images slash. Of course you wouldn't save it in the images folder, but then since I don't want to change code unnecessarily, so let's refresh this. Let's play this. Wait, images horse.ogv. This file is not displayed in the, Okay, horse.ogv. Oh, it's .ogv. So it would be okay. Yeah, now we can hear that. And I'm guessing if we just downloaded their video, I'm sure they wouldn't restrict us from doing that. It's going to play the video as well. It's one of those things like we don't have to do it, but then I always feel like we should try. So yeah, I think that's enough. That's all we need for the basics of HTML. Not just the basics, but then all the stuff that you need to know basically. Everything else is stuff that you can read just to add on the knowledge. But then for the basics, to be able to create a website, a functional website, that's what you need to know. And the only thing that's remaining is forms. So I'm thinking of making a separate video on the forms because this video has gotten too long. Or if I decide to do it in the same video, I'll just append it to this one. So it's either I'm going to have a part 2 or I'm just going to add the forms video to this one. So yeah, if you've reached this far, thanks for watching. I hope you've learned something. Subscribe if you feel like this was valuable. And you can support me in any way that you seem fit. So yeah, thanks and bye. Alright, so now let's look at the forms. We'll just combine because we're already almost done. So for that, I'm going to create a new file. I'm going to call it 7.html. And what we'll do is we'll have the boilerplate, and then to make things easier, I'll just include it in the index as well. So I'm not going to include it in the others for now. You can always do that. And we'll just call it 7.html. Okay, so that means that if we go here on the first page, we'll be able to see the 7th page here. Right, so 7th page. Okay, so the forms, this is an example of a form. Forms use the form element, and inside the forms you have input types. So there are different types of input types. You have text, radio, checkbox, submit, button. We'll look at all these. So this is the structure of a form. You have a form, and action is something that we want. Action has to do with how the form is processed. So this is more of back-end stuff. Like when you click on a login button, right? When you fill in a login form, that form has to be processed somewhere on the back end. So that's the action. But then in terms of the form itself, what you need to know is you have inputs, right? So you can have an input type, let's say text. So I'm going to keep it like this. So if you go on the 7th page, okay, let's just make sure that everything is displaying. I'm going to say forms. Forms, H1 forms. Call it form page. Okay. So this doesn't seem to be working. All right, now it's working. Just to make sure that live reloading is working, let's try putting a paragraph there. Okay, so everything is working. So the input type is where you type in your stuff, right? So typically you have a text input type, you have like inputs type, like a password. So these are the different types of inputs. If you have a password input type, it means that the stuff won't be visible. You have email and stuff like that. So if you put an email type, it requires you to put an email address. Otherwise, if you put something that's not an email, you're going to get an error, sort of. So the structure of a form is, first of all, you're required to put the label because the user has to know what the form is for. So you say label, right? Right before the label, you're encouraged to add an ID to your form. So let's say the ID is first name. So we're just going to say F name, right? And you also have something known as a name. And the name is usually the same as the ID. Now what you need to know is that we'll keep adding the names on all the input tags, but then the name, much like the action attribute, is for the backend stuff. So that's how the form is identified on the backend. But then for now, just know that we'll have a name and it'll be the same as the ID, even though we won't be using it much. All right. And then on top of that, you need to have a label to identify the form. So the label for, you give it the same name as the ID. So the ID has to be the same as the for tag, and this is helpful. Let's say screen readers, it's helpful for things like screen readers and to identify the element. So by doing that, if we go here, we know that this input is for the first name, right? And this is the label for that. So you're encouraged to do, you could also do something like, let's say you could comment this out, and just say paragraph and say name, right? Or if you wanted it on the same page, you could have something else. So let's say, I'm not sure, I think small is also a block level element, so it's not going to be on the same line. Yeah, okay, you could use a small and put it on the same line, but then this is not encouraged. You're not encouraged to just use normal text. You're encouraged to use the label. All right. And then next up, we'll do the same thing, but then this time around, we'll have another label, and then we'll call it last name, because we're going to call the input last name. And down here, input type text, so I'm using a shortcut for VS Code, L name, and the ID is also going to be L name. So, okay, so just to keep things uniform, we'll put the ID before the name. All right, so that's something that you can do. And now you see that we have two so the last one isn't updating. Why? Let's see. Oh, last name is because it's on the same. So we might have to include a break here so that it's on a different line. But what I like to do is every time you have information that's grouped like this, right? Because this is for one thing, even though there are two different elements, and this is for another thing, it's always helpful to put them in a div or something. You can always change the outer container, but just put them in a container. There's nothing wrong with that. And then you can have another div, sort of like separating them, right? That's the first name on top. This is the last name at the bottom. And this, if you do this, you won't even need to have the break. So class, we can give them a class of form input or something, container. Right, form input container, and I'll copy this, paste it here. And I'm just gonna copy this so that I can reuse it. Right, so that's how forms work. The label element, we've already described what the label element does. So it also helps many form elements, blah, 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 blah. I've already described that. That's the same thing that we've already done here. Right, so the other thing that exists is radio buttons. So here we're just looking at different types of form elements. So if you have a form element of radio, an input type, sorry, you say input type radio, we'll have an ID. This has an ID of HTML. I'm using the same example. The name of favorite language, and the value. I keep doing that. Okay, and the value of HTML. Did it again, right? HTML. That's the input type. So here we're putting the label below the input type because we want it to come after the input type. And you see why in a second. So label for is equal to HTML, and then HTML, and then here we have the text HTML. Okay, so what's happening here is if we go to our web page, you see that we have this radio button, right? And the reason why we put the label afterwards is because we want it to come after. If we want it to come before the import, we just have to do this. But then typically the behavior is to have that input before the before that with the radio buttons. And the difference is, right? The only difference here is the type. Here we're saying the type is text, and here the type is radio. ID is different for a reason, because here the ID is being used to identify the specific radio button, right? So we're going to do the same thing 2 times. So I'm just going to copy this. And this time around, we have an ID of CSS, but the name remains favorite language, and the value is CSS. And then here we have radio ID of JavaScript, name, favorite language, value, JavaScript. So this is how that is going to appear, right? We're going to have these three radio buttons. I'll remove the break because I want them to be on the same page. So with radio buttons, you can choose either one of these, right? So you can choose this one or this one or this one. And the idea here is I'm just going to do this in case I'm missing something. Right, they have break tags next to all of them, so we could do that as well if you want to separate them. BR slash, or if you want, you could wrap all these inside divs. So you could have a div, this could wrap the div, and then this could wrap the div, and that could wrap the div. So, but then we want this grouped as one, so we're just gonna leave it like that, and here we'll add our break. And after this, we'll also add our break. Right. So here, what you need to know is the name is used to on the back end, because unlike the text, what happens is with the text, let's say you import something like Tyro here, right? Tyro and the last name code. The value on the back end is going to be Tyro for the first name, and the value is going to be code. Whereas here, the value is what you specify here. So for this the value is HTML, for this the value is CSS. So even though the text here is HTML, if you set the value was 1, that's what you would get on the back end. So just make sure that you include the value. And the name is used to identify the radio buttons. So because they have the same name, it means that these radio buttons are in the same group, right? Which is why you can only pick one of them. If we were to change the name of the last one to Fave Language 2 and save, you see that you can click these first two, you can only choose one, but then this one, it's like it becomes a different radio group. So it's on its own. So just make sure that the name is the same, and on the back end, it's gonna be like, okay, you've chosen for the favorite language, you've chosen any one of these. So that's how that works. And then we also have checkboxes. So checkboxes have a similar look to okay, so I'm gonna copy this. With checkboxes, it's kind of similar to radio buttons. The difference is that you can pick multiple. So as you can see, it's the same thing. We also have the input, the type. Instead, you say checkbox. You still have the ID, and you still have the name. And the names here are different, right? And the reason why you make the names different is because with the checkbox, you can choose different items. So what I mean by that is, let's save here. And if we come to a page, you can choose this, you can choose that, and you can choose that. So you can pick, like, with checkboxes, the typical behavior is you can select those that apply for you. All right. So what would happen if we were to also give this a name of vehicle 2? If we gave them the same name, let's see, vehicle 2, okay, you're still able to pick multiple. So I guess that doesn't change the default behavior. But yeah, I thought the name would be the same, but I guess the name can be different with checkboxes, unless I'm mistaken somewhere. Right, so that's an example. And then lastly, you have the submit button. So with the submit button, right? Remember how I said if you want to create a button in HTML, you can say button and say submit, right? So you have your button here. But if you're using a form, you can also do an input, and the type of the input is going to be submit. So I'm using short form for VS Code. Type, if you make an input and the type is submit and the value is submit, what's going to happen is it's going to be the submit button. You could also do it this way. You could also just say button, and you could make it a type of submit as well, right? And then the difference is, instead of having a value, which is the text that is displayed, with a button you'd have to put the submit text in the middle. So this is the same. It behaves the same way. But then for now, we're just going to stick to using the input tag. So that's how your forms work. Notice that each input field must have a name attribute to be submitted. If the name attribute is omitted, the value of the input field will not be sent at all. So like I said, the name attribute is what is used to identify the value on the back end. Here they've put an action, so if you're using like PHP, the action is the page that processes the form, but then here we're not doing the back end. It's different. Sometimes you could use something else, so Node.js, whatever, so the forms are going to appear different. But here we're focusing on the front end. So let's look at HTML form attributes. Okay, so the action is this stuff is what handles the data at the back end. The target specifies where to display the response. So if you say the target blank is displayed in a new tab, self is displayed in the current window, response, parent frame. Of course, this differs. So it's like this is where the result of the submission is going to display. Much like with links, you can choose whether you want everything to display on the same page or a different page, right? But then this, you mostly deal with this when you're working with the backend. For now, we don't really care for that. The same with the method. Get, you can have get or post. With get, the data is appended here, whereas with post, it's not shown there. Okay, so what do I mean by that? Should I show that? Okay, so if we were to say with our form, we were to say method is equal to get. I don't know if it's going to work at all in this case. But then with get, what they're saying is if we submit, the data is shown here. So if I said Tyro here and I said code and I picked CSS here and here I picked these and I submit, with get what happens is it shows that okay, for name you included Tyro, last name was code, favorite language we picked CSS. So as you can see, the data that we're submitting is being displayed. And as for the vehicle 2, we picked vehicle 2 car and vehicle 2 boat and vehicle 3 boat. So that's how that works. Whereas with the posts, this post is what's typically used in forms. So for example, if you were to enter your email and your password, you don't want the data to be displayed up here. So they usually use post. And that data, so if I submit now, okay, so I'm going to go to the 7th page, and I click submit. Okay, 7th page, say Tyro code, and I submit. It's not going to work because with post it expects an action. It expects that there's going to be some page that's going to handle this data. So that's more of, don't mind this that much because this, you mostly deal with this when you're working with the back end. Right now, as we're in the front end, so we're working as front end developers, we don't need to worry about that stuff yet. All right. So autocomplete. So you can also set autocomplete on. So if you set autocomplete on, the form is going to autocomplete if you have some values that are let's say you already inputted the form at some point, it's going to try to autocomplete it. So should we test that? So if we say autocomplete on and we come here, and if we say autocomplete off, what changes? When I click on this, you see that it's no longer suggesting tire, right? So the default behavior is autocomplete on, which is why we don't need to include this. Unless you don't want that to happen, then you can put autocomplete off. Okay, so we just remove this because we don't need it because it's the default behavior. No validate, should not be validated when submitted. So yeah, I guess that means the form won't be validated. I don't even know what that means, but I googled that and it says that the no validate attribute in HTML is used to signify that the form won't get validated on submit. If you want the user to save the progress of form filling, if the form validation is disabled, the user can easily save the form and continue and submit the form later. Okay, while continuing, the user does not have to first validate all the entries. So that they're basically saying that if a user doesn't want to save the data and they want to be able to come back and view the data, but then that's not important. Right, so we'll go to the next page, form elements. So we've already talked about the input element. The input is what defines the type. So I set form input container here, and the reason why I did that is I wanted to have a style here, and I wanted to say everything that's a form input container. The reason why I gave them the class is I wanted to give it a margin top of 20 pixels. So before there was no space, right? Everything was stacked together. But then now when we do this, when we say margin top 20 pixels, at least there'll be spacing to separate the different parts. So this is on its own, this is on its own. All right. So this is the input element. The label is used to identify the element. So it's like the label. What are you filling in? First name, right? We don't want that to be blank. And then we have the select element. This is different. This is another type of form element. So I'm going to do the same thing. We're going to do this before the submit button, and I'm going to copy this. All right. So with the select, you use the select keyword, the select tag, rather. ID cars, name cars, and then you put a bunch of options inside. So the option value, Volvo, is Volvo. This is for that, Fiat is for that, Audi is for that. So that, like I said before, the values are what are submitted on the back end. So on the back end, okay, first let's show how this is displayed, right? Okay, input, I'm gonna say style. Okay, I'm gonna give it an ID of submit. We keep doing that, an ID of submit, and then I'm gonna come here and I'm gonna do the same thing for the form container and also stuff with an ID of submit. You want that margin top, right? So with the select, you get to pick from one of the options. So you can put that, you choose this, or you choose this, and the value that is submitted. If we click on Volvo and we click submit, you see that since we're using get, the value for cars is going to be Volvo. It's this one right here. If we were to put the value as 22, I think this is a good opportunity to demonstrate this, and we submitted, the value is going to be 22. So just try to keep everything uniform, right? Because this is simply what is displayed. So with the select, it's kind of like a drop down. Typically, people like to do this. They'll have an option tag to make it look better. The first option tag is just going to be empty. So the value is going to be empty and it's not going to say anything. So it's like, yeah. or it could be something like what could it be? Please select a car, something. Yeah. And then if you were to submit it with this value, the value is going to be empty. So that won't cause any conflicts. All right. So the select is a drop down. And remember, okay, so you can also give an option, the value of selected, to make it the default element, right? So if we put that on the fiat and we go here, you see that by default we have this selected. So always remember that with these things you don't need to memorize. I'm just going through everything, but then most of the times if you want to use a form and you've forgotten some input type, come to the documentation and read it. Okay, so you can also change the number of visible values. So for example here with the select you say size 3, it means that the number of visible values is going to change to 3. You see that? Like the box has gotten wider. If it's 2, this is how it appears. 2 values are going to be visible by default. If it's 5, you're going to get something that looks like this, right? So if we put a size of 1, that's the default. The default is a size of 1. So yeah, we'll just make it 3 for now. All right, so that's with the select. Allow multiple selections. So with the select, you can allow multiple selections using the multiple keyword. Most of the times you don't want to do this though, because if you're going to allow multiple selections, you most likely so let's see, you most likely use the you just use the radio button. So if you want that functionality, right? So let's put it back to default. Let's go here. So as you can see here, I can only select one, but then if I put multiple, I can press Control, select one. No, this is not allowing me. But then on this website, choose a car, label, multiple. I honestly don't know how this works. Here, then submit. Here I'm able to select multiple cars. Okay, that's interesting. But then ID cars. Alright, so I'm gonna follow the example. Instead of having this, please select a car, what we could do is we could also have a label here, right? Label for cars on top, right? And then we can remove this. Alright, so let's remove the selected. Let's remove the size. Okay, now I can select multiple. And when I click on submit, it's showing different values for the cars. Okay, but then typically, I'm just gonna remove the multiple and I'm gonna make the size 2. Typically, you don't want to do that because you really have to select 2. Like I said, most of these you can come back to the documentation. Another thing that you have is the text area. So I'll do the same thing that I've been doing. I'll copy this class. That adds some margin. I'll paste it there and we'll have the text area inside. So with the text area, you can set the rows and the columns, right? So here I've set the rows as 10. Then for to set the rows as 5, it means that the size changes. Now it's not as long. And if we were to change the course to 60, it becomes wider. So that's how you can manipulate the size. Sometimes if you want, you can only select the rows. If you want to specify both, you do that. So yeah, typically you might only put the rows and then let's say set the width of this to like 80% or 100% if you wanted to fill the whole thing. So that's going to work just as well. So text area, you can use it to have much more data. So you'll be able to insert a lot more data here. Okay, so let's see, and you have to notice that with the stuff that allows you to type, you don't include a value, right? You don't include a value attribute because the value is whatever you type into the form, which is why for this one it's showing us that the value of the message, when I click submit, is AS something something something. Right. Next up, we have the button. So like I said, and this is not important for now, but like I said, you could have a button that submits, or you could do it this way. This uses JavaScript. So it's a button that when you click, it shows an alert that says hello world. So that's not relevant at the moment. Okay, now we have the field set and legend properties. This is like how do I put this? The field set allows you to group some form data. So for example, the top part here where we have the first name and the last name, what we could do is we could wrap them around a field set because they all have something to do with the name, right? So we're going to take this. So the field set is actually going to be outside, and then we're going to include these inside here. So we're sort of like grouping them together, and then the legend is like the label for both of those things. So we could say personal data, something like that. And when you do that, you see that this two stuff has been grouped together, and that's the default appearance. You can always change how it appears by default with CSS, of course. So that's the legend and the field set. You're simply grouping them. You rarely have to do that, to be honest, because the default styling isn't really that nice. So most of the times you could just wrap it around a div and do whatever you want in the CSS. And then yeah, we have the data list element. So I'm gonna try it myself here. I've never used this one actually. So it's like a list of predefined options. So it's basically like the select with the different appearance. So you have inputs, list is equal to browsers, data list ID is equal to browsers. So I'm guessing that the ID, the list, and the name have to be the same. So yeah, this is similar to select. It just has a different format. So it says the data list specifies a list of predefined options for an input element. Users will see a drop down. Yeah, so it's basically a different type of select. Output represents the result of okay, so this is JavaScript of a calculation like one performed by a script. That's not necessary for the moment. So, and you rarely have to use that. So that's actually using PHP, which is on the back end beyond the scope of this. And even then, you rarely need to use that. Okay, so we've done most of these, and I think this is the part of the last section. So we have HTML input type. We have the text. We've looked at that. First name, last name. We have the password. So I'm gonna add something like this. And then here, instead, we're gonna say password. And the type is gonna be password, right? And right here, we change the name and the ID to password. And that's how you get this input element. All right, what next? Submit, we've already looked at that. If you include a button and you give it the type of submit or just an input type, when you click on that button, it submits the form. So it's going to submit all the inputs in the form, and they're identified in the backend using the names. Okay, if you omit the submit value, it'll get a default text. So even if you don't put like values to go to submit, the default text is submit. The reason for that is you could change this to anything like go, for example, and run. The button is going to say go. It's still a submit button, but this is how you change the text. Typically, you just use submit, right? And then you also have the reset button. So I'm going to put this right above the submit, I think. Right, so let's go here. And with the reset button, what that does is you can reset all your inputs. So if you typed stuff and you don't like it, the moment you click on the reset button, it resets all the forms, so it empties them all out. Okay, we've already looked at radio buttons. We've already looked at checkboxes. We've already looked at this input type color. Okay, so you can have a type of color. Select your favorite color. And I guess that's how they include like those little things like in VS Code or something. So yeah, you can choose a color. I've never actually used this, so it's kind of interesting for me as well. So I'm going to copy this and I'm going to put it in the div. All right, I'll paste this first, then I'll have the div out here because I'm curious to see what the values will be after submitting. So it's basically the same thing except the type is color. So I'm going to go to the form and I'm going to let's choose this, right? And then if we submit, color, yeah, it gives the color here. So it gives, I don't know what the format is, but yeah, it's very interesting. So FF for red, so let's say the color, just make it red. Can I do that? No, I can't do that. Okay. 22688. I think they're RGB values, 1002222. So if I click on submit and I try to check, and remember, we're only able to see this because we've set the type to forms. Yes, I think those were the RGB values that we had. Submit. Yeah, so I guess 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, those are the RGB values, I think. Okay, 995493, and we get them here. No, it's different. So I don't know exactly what the format is there, but it's cool that you can select a color and manipulate it somewhere. So like if you had a form and let's say you wanted to display a user's format in the form of a circle, right? Like the way Google accounts do. So you have like your name, so it would be T and then the circle. You could choose what you want the background color to be using this, and then after getting that value, uh, the system can implement that for you data, but then that it also involves some backend stuff. So another thing that you can do is you can have I think what I'm gonna do now is I'm just gonna have a bunch of these divs, and then when we need something Yeah, so you can also have the date type, and with the date type, what you can do is it allows you to choose a date. So if you go here, scroll down, you can see that it brings a calendar, and then you can choose the year, the month, whatever. And then you also have email type. So for that, I feel like the best place to include that is at the top with the personal data. After the last name, we'll have that, and then the email. So yeah, and the cool thing about the input types is if you were to put something here that's not an email, for example, and you try to click submit, it's going to tell you that this is not an email. So that's the cool thing about it. You get some sort of front end validation, right? So you can also use an input type as a submit button. So if you want an image to be the submit button, you can put it at the end of the form like that. So for example, in this form, to submit the form, you click on this image and you simply have to change a bit of that code, okay? And then also this is for the file. So like I said, this allows you to pick an image or something out of your file. So like you could use this, for example, if you want somebody to input their profile and you want them to add a picture of themselves, so you can put that there. Yeah, so that's how you do that. It's that simple. And then that's the file. I think the rest I'm just gonna go through. Hidden. So a hidden one is not visible to the user. So what that does is sometimes you want to submit some value on the back end, right? Let's say the customer ID. Let's say this is auto-generated and for some reason you want it done on the front end. When you click on submit, it's going to submit this value, but then the user won't see that input on the front end. It's like when we're doing display none for some of the elements. Okay, you also have an input type for month, for number. So you get to set the min number, the max number. So for some of these, you can just you can go through them. The syntax is pretty much the same, only the type and a few attributes change. So yeah, you also have range, so you can choose a range between 0 and 50. You typically use this for like, let's say volume button, so you have your range and you adjust the volume depending on what the user selects or any other thing to do with ranges. Then you could have this input type of search, but then this is just going to display the same way as an ordinary form. So as an ordinary input, yeah, you could choose time, you put URL for some reason, so you could put week. So basically you have different types of inputs, and if you ever need to use one, you can always come back here and reference this page. Keep scrolling back and forth. Okay, next, HTML input attributes. So the value specifies an initial value. Okay, so I said that with these ones you don't normally put like the value, because the value is whatever you insert here, but sometimes you may want the default value in case the user doesn't put anything. So let's say you want the default password to be 1234. For some reason you don't want to do that, but let's say, what's a use case for that? Much as the select, right? Sometimes you have something, you say selected on something because you want to have a default value in case the user doesn't choose one. You can have a default value. So in this case, you see that the password, the default value for the password, if the user doesn't put anything, it's going to be 1234. Pretty sure of that. So password No, that's not working for the password. Oh, it's because I put it on the label. Yeah, I was wondering. It's supposed to be on the input, right? So now you can see that the password has some default values there. Read-only attributes. Sometimes you want attributes that you can't change. So for example, if you set the first name to read only, it means that by default the first name is going to be John and the user shouldn't be able to change it. Disabled attribute means that that input is disabled, so the same thing here, the user won't be able to change it because you've disabled that input. You can set the size, so text size 50. So that means that that you see that the size of the input has changed. Let's see what happens if I put all this right and I submit. I think that doesn't change anything. All right. Here it's because they have like an action PHP that's like handling the data. But yeah, you can change the size. You can put the max length attribute. So for example, if you say max length is 4 for the pin, it means that somebody can't choose a pin that's longer than 4 characters. So you see that. You could also have a min length. Right, the same thing for the date. You could have a max date that they can put, a min date that they can put, right? Which means that they have to choose a date between those two. So enter a date before this, enter a date after this, right? Which means the main date here is 1980. You can't put a date. Wait. Okay, I think they're telling us to try to enter a date before. Okay, wait. Date, ID, date max, name, date max, max is 1979, 12, blah, 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 blah. And then the min, oh, here they're using the max here. So yeah, the maximum date that you can put is this. You can't insert a date after this. And this is where the min is being used. I had them the other way around in my head, so I got confused a bit. Just like to prove that like you can't put a date after 1980. The form literally won't allow you because they've set a max attribute there. Right, the multiple attributes allows you to, for example, we use this on the selects where we set select. We use this on the select or on the checkbox, I think. No, it was the select. We used multiple. You can do the same thing with files. When you use multiple, you'll be allowed to pick multiple files. So you can choose this file, and they'll both be processed by the server. So that's the multiple. It's mostly useful in files. Okay, you can also choose a pattern. This uses a regular expression. If you've ever, this simply means that 3-letter country code. This restricts the length. So if you know anything about regular expressions, you can include a regular expression as the pattern. So placeholder attribute. Normally, if you're creating an actual website, yeah, you could do it that way, or you may set some validation in the JavaScript. Also, stuff like that. Anyways, placeholder is the text that appears like before you input anything. This is just the placeholder text. It's not the default value that's submitted. It's just that's why it looks faint. So in most forms, that's what you do. So like with the name, you could have a placeholder that says enter your name. Why do I keep doing that? Where did I get this habit? I think maybe that's how I needed to do it on a different system, and that has stuck with me. Right now, if you go back here, you see that there's the placeholder, enter your name. Required attribute simply means that that form input is required. So like before we could submit without the first name. Now if we try to submit this form without including a first name, it's going to tell us that, hey, please fill out this field. So for the most times when dealing with forms, for the inputs that you want to be included no matter what, you just simply need to add that required attribute. If you include this but not that, it's going to be like, hey, include the last name as well. So yeah. All right, the step identifies legal number of so this one uses the number, which if the step is 3, it means you can pick 0, 3, 6, 9. Autofocus puts the focus on that input. So the moment you open the page, you see that the cursor is already on the first name because there's this autofocus attribute. All right. You can also set the height and width of an input type image. So remember, the type image, if you want your submit button to be an image, you can do it this way. But then you rarely do that. So that's just something you could know, but you don't really need to. We've already looked at the data list, we've already looked at autocomplete, and yeah, I'm hoping. Okay, HTML input form attributes. So we have the form action attribute, the ENC type, the method. This is mostly to do with the backend, so we're not going to discuss this because it isn't relevant at the moment. So yeah, at this point, but we have done everything that there is. Pretty much this is all the HTML you need to know to create a website. Not only is it all that you need to know, some of the stuff that we've done is stuff that is rarely used or even never used. So with this information, you should be able to create a website using HTML, but then to hone your skills in like uh, the way that the website look, the appeal of the website, you also need some CSS. So if you've reached this far, we've done some CSS in this one, but we've mostly been focusing on HTML. So if you want to improve your skills in how to like make a web page look better, you can focus on your CSS as well. So do we need to do anything else? I had this website. I opened this website, and I wanted us to try to do something where we try to create this, right? Basically, with the skills that we've learned so far, how can we create something that looks like this? So maybe this will just be the last 5 minutes. Not all the functionality, but then some of it. So here what we will do is I'll just describe it. You're going to have a div, or in this case a nav, and then inside the nav you have an image, and then you have this text shop, or you could make this a link, and this would be a link as well, like a. This would be a link, and then after that you have a div. Inside the div you're going to place this text area, right? We've already looked at this. Maybe you might not be able to put the icon, but then you have this text area, and then after that text area you're going to put a button that says search. So you're gonna have a div with this input type and then the button after it, or you can make this whole thing a form, just a short form, and then you have these three things. You have an icon on top and some text on the bottom. So we haven't looked at icons, but then you can use something known as font awesome. There are different ways of adding icons to your website. So one of those things is font awesome. So you simply need to include it in your website, and you'll be able to include some icons. So let's say search icon. Oh, sorry. I think all right, but basically with that, what you do is you you include the library on top of your page, and you're able to add the icons in your website. So for now, I guess you could just you could ignore the icons and then just put the text. So all this, in the outer nav, you just make it display flex. That's one of the ways you could do that. And then this would be another div, display flex, these items. This is another div. And then here you have an image, you set the height and the width. Yeah, but then you should be able to do something. Like, it doesn't have to be a complicated website. It could be something simple. Like on the W3C School website, you could try to create this. Yeah, I think this is better. You could try to create this on top here, and try to create this and this and this and this. Here you might make use of the border radius, right? So if you can't include the icon here, you could just include an image. So you could go on Google and say like search icon, and then you could grab one of these and include them in there. So yeah, this should be everything. And if you've made it this far, congratulations and thanks for watching. So I appreciate all of you. You can support me in any way that you want by subscribing or any other way. And yeah, I hope you've learned something and you'll be able to use this knowledge in your programming journey. Thanks for watching, and yeah, bye. Alright, so one more thing. I talked about how you could add icons. And if you want to be able to add icons, which is one thing I've noticed isn't included in the W3C portion of the HTML, you can use a library. And one of the most commonly used libraries is Font Awesome. So all you need to do is go to cdnjs.com and search Font Awesome here. And once you're here, you get Font Awesome. You click here where it says copy link tag. And after you've copied it, you come here in your code, and let's say I'm in the 7th page, and I'm going to paste it here. And having done that, you can then go to another website called I think this is not the website that I want. Right, fontawesome.com version 6/icons, and here you'll be able to search whatever icon you want. So for example, if you want to search for the car icon, you just come here and search for car icon. It's going to bring you some icons. Some of them are paid and some of them are free. So what you can do is you click on the icon and then you copy this. Once you've done that, you go into your page and you paste it. And now when we go to our web page, we should be able to have an icon here, right? And if you want to learn how to manipulate things like sizes, you can always search Font Awesome 5 W3C schools, because they only have Font Awesome 5, but most of these things work the same way. So for example, if you want to change the size, you may need to add these attributes to the class. So let's say you want the size to be 8 times. You simply copy this. You come here, and on the name of on the class of your icon, you just paste it. And now when we go back to our page, the icon is now 8 times large. So the idea is, every time you want to get an icon, you just search it. You just search it here. Sorry, so this is car. Let's say you want a user, right? You search it here, and then you have this version and you have this version. This one, you copy this code, and then you come here and insert it. And to learn how to change some of the attributes of Font Awesome, you can go to the w3cschools.com/icons Font Awesome 5, or just search Font Awesome 5 W3C Schools, and there's a bunch of stuff about how it works. Basically, how you can change the sizing, list icons, animated icons, so whatever you need to know about the icons is in here. And just like that, here we have the use icon that we've added. So that's one more thing I wanted to mention, is how you can use icons. There are other libraries out there. You can always check to see how you can include them, but this is by far the way I see it for a beginner. It's much easier and much more practical. Yeah. So like I already said, thanks for watching, and I hope you learned something.